It's the best day ever. You got fucking SpongeBob in my head, rookie.
Best day. Yeah, I was
Mr.
gonna go with
Poole
you.
came out and he smiled at me. Oh man, what a fun day it's been. Fucking second day back at work, back to stream with the rookie critic, and of course, finally got super kill. Oh wait, Deadpool and Wolverine. Me and Rookie actually have been hamming it out before this, but yeah, I'm surprised with some of his commentary. He might be surprised with some of mine. Hey, what's up, Immortal Coil?
Immortal Coil.
What's up? Yeah, I don't know who's gonna pop in because fucking EVS is streaming, so he's killing it for everybody else today.
Mm-hmm.
He's flash casting me,
Mm-hmm.
however that works, whatever the terminology
to
is.
try to compete with him with that.
Yeah, there's no competition. I love EVS. It's even better when it is fresh and live. Like replays are great, but when you're in it live, catching it in the moment, it's amazing. But yeah, I really like the Deadpool movies. Like I'm not a pool tard. I'm not like deep into it. Don't know the comics of Deadpool. It's not a character I actually care to invest in that kind of lore shit. Besides maybe the original run, because I hear that his personality is kind of way more straight laced when he started than what he's become memed as. But Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool, he's so fun. I love it. The reference humor that's so today. Like I'm part of this culture, so that's fun. It's fun stuff. But I just rewatched the first two movies last couple of days. Of course, the first one's a great surprise. It's kind of like a John Wick for comics. And Deadpool 2, though, I think really is under the radar for people. If they go back and watch it, it's really good. The heart of it, the moral lesson Poole has to learn. It's all great stuff. Like literally, normally you get Wolverine where it's like, I'm sad because I'm kind of a vampire template. And so everyone wants to get me because I'm a mutant that's got this immortality. So I can't really invest in anybody because everyone I love always dies. And so he's like stuck to be like a wanderer, that's like, it's tragic. So that's like the kind of character motivation, the investment you get, the tragedy of like, and you're like, oh, what a great power to have. Immortal, like everyone would love to have his power. And it's like, this is a fucking curse. So to have Deadpool be like the funny man, and then he gets in that same headspace with a totally different outlook in life. Where it's like, I want to die because my girlfriend's dead. And it's like, I can't die. I like that. That's cool, because he has invested. That's the difference, ultimately, like core him versus Wolverine. And so I didn't know what to really expect, actually. I was just like, oh, like this looks awesome. Looks like refreshing. Also, the rated R, cursing, talking about pegging, just adult humor. Awesome. But I had no idea we are going to get the TVA in this. Makes me very happy that I might get more Loki fans that will check out.
They showed that in some of the first trailers for the movie.
I remember seeing the sling ring. I didn't remember seeing TVA.
Some of the beginning was the TVA coming outside his door and like, okay, hold on. Don't know if Disney's right.
Okay, I remember seeing that scene at the door, but I don't remember the TVA. Like it breezed by. I guess I just didn't absorb it. I don't know. I didn't watch any breakdowns. It's just I took in the trailer as it was. I'm like, cool. Like I'm going to see it, so I don't need to deep dive. Like, but
yeah, exactly.
Wait. What about Plagueis on the Mandalorian? Wait, what do you mean? Then what about? I don't understand what you're.
I think he's referring to the Acolyte.
No, I get that, but I don't.
I think he's just referencing that thing. I don't think he's watched any of it, so he's just trying to be up to date with the times with the kids, yo.
I feel like he's asking in connection with something else I said, so I'm confused.
I'm not sure,
but
I appreciate Deadpool or Ryan Reynolds' dedication to Deadpool, especially before it happened. It's rumored that he leaked footage of like Deadpool that. Like the clip of him on the bridge or something that is what got people to want that to really be a movie. And so they
Okay.
finally went with it because they had it on the shelf for years and they were trying to make it for years and just never really did. They kept on pushing it down. And then when people saw some footage, potential footage anyway, don't know who leaked it, but it's highly pointed to Ryan Reynolds to be the leaker, essentially. Then people loved it, so then they actually went with it and then made it. So that's a good dedication from a person. It's nice to see somebody with passion play a character.
Interesting. That's kind of cool. I know I've not dug into, but to like the backstory, whatever. But yeah, I guess he's actually just a real comic fan, and definitely didn't like his outing and origins. And because I was always like, what is this deal with him and Hugh Jackman? Like, what is this man crush he's got? But I guess he's actually hung out with them on Origins, so I guess it's just like a linger. Like, man, it'd be cool if we like were in the same movie together. Again, did it right. So
Yeah,
it's cool. It's nice. And I guess actually, it's kind of like a Clerks thing. His drive behind making this happen, a second chance, especially after Green Lantern was like a new take at bat for him after the Deadpool shit with Origins. I don't know. It's nice. It's a nice story. It's like Clerks.
I was gonna say it's kind of like Robert Downey Jr. in a less drastic way, where like Robert Downey Jr. was down on his luck in real life and played a character that got him entirely back up and became the face of a franchise and the lead and stuff.
Oh, you know who helped with that? With RDJ?
Oh yeah,
it's our favorite. It's our favorite racist. The amazing racist.
With the not Nicolas Cage, Mel Gibson.
Yeah. Oh, dude, just think how cool it'd be if you got Mel Gibson as fucking in the MCU. That'd be sick.
And if they could do something good with him, sure.
Make him like Old Man Punisher.
Yep.
I think it'd be cool. But anyway, so yeah, ratings. Let's try to get your out the gate rating of the movie. What do you give it?
My out the gate is 5 out of 10. Because there's a lot of things while I was watching the movie where I'm like, but there's other parts that I was like, that's pretty good. And then by the end, I am not sure. So as we talk through this, I'll maybe land on a more solid rating.
Huh. I'll give it like I guess I mean like technical with like overall, what I've seen in film, what I appreciate. Storytelling, like the craft of making this happen with all the like headache of IPs and history and shit. And do we want to keep this around? Is it work? All that. I would put this right behind Endgame as, one of the best films ever made for all of like the headache and the hurdle and the juggling of all these ideas and stuff. And the state of Marvel, I in a way, I feel creatively, this is probably a harder needle to thread than Endgame. So on that level, yeah, I'd probably put it like, I don't know, 9 point. I'll give it a 9.3, I guess, like a technical rating for the full scope. But actual entertainment, like my taste, whatever, I'm gonna give it an 8. Give it an 8 out of 10. This is like, I don't know if last time I've been to a movie that wasn't like serious, like 'cause I don't like comedy, generally speaking. I don't know if anytime I've been to a comedy and it was just like this much fun, such a good crowd environment. I've been to good like crowd pleasers, the Batman, Endgame, episode 7 was a great time. But yeah, this was like a unique experience for me, and it was just like fun the whole fucking time. Is you're like, oh wow, look at this crazy fan service, or it's just like, oh, those are funny, timely jokes about whatever, So I'm gonna give it 8 out of 10.
And that's I've heard a lot of people give it around that rating, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's definitely things I'm like, yeah, like we talked about it off air. The some of the fights felt like, oh man, you're just like coasting on. Oh, look at the characters. So no one really cares about the craft of like execution.
Yeah, I feel like part of it to me, like I like scenes where they like, especially with Hugh Jackman. There's a lot of scenes where he does give a real performance and is serious, taking it seriously. I wish there, like, to me, I guess with how the level of comedy that's in this all the time, it's like 97% comedy, and I wish there was more drama in it to offset that a bit, that I think I would enjoy it more. It's the kind of thing where there's just so much of the comedic bits that, you know, the parts where it is dramatic is good, but I wish I'm hungry for the dramatic bits, because not like a lot of the comedy doesn't land for me. Some of it does, but like there's a lot, just so much time just feels like you're just taking your time out for a joke that's not even that funny. Like the whole stuff with Johnny Storm and Cassandra and Deadpool, and he's like, "Oh, he said this about you," like that. I was like, "Man, it's just
that ran on long."
I'm
but
like, "Can you?"
They paid it off. They fully paid it off at the end credit.
I think that was dumb. I did not think that was funny at all.
I
That
think
was
it's
like a waste
funny
of
for the
time. That
full
wasn't
concept.
That wasn't a smart end credit or funny end credit. Really, I don't know. That was lame to me.
I think the joke is for fans of the series, and you know, even though Evan started as Johnny Storm, I about to say Blaze.
I know. Okay, I'll catch you on these.
Well, it's such an easy thing to fire guy.
It's funnier too because it's Chris Evans, Chris Pine, Chris Hemsworth,
yeah,
and playing characters that have similar first names with different last names as well. So,
but no, funny.
Like I'm a fan of the movies too, but
the humor is in the
fandom
funny,
of, you know,
well, he was Johnny Storm, and so this was unexpected. It's like literally kind of forgotten about, especially with the setup, and he's putting the recency of Captain America in your mind, or he's saluting him. He's like, "Oh God, I'm with you." He's like, "Get close," or whatever. And he's like holding him. He's like, "Yeah, whatever you say, Cap." And then it's like he disrobes and it's like, "Oh shit, it's Johnny Storm." Forgot.
I kind of think it would have been funnier with Johnny Storm's character to be kind of like, "What the fuck off me?" Like, you know, what the hell? And then yeah, does this, you know, flame on. Okay, which I saw that coming when they showed Chris Evans, like, so it's about time they'll do.
I got so in the zone of like, oh, yeah. Captain America, and then he's like cussing, and I'm like, oh, that's the twist is like language. Now he's in the fucking wasteland. Who cares? And then it's like, oh no, it's him. Yeah. And so, given the whole language bit of his character, that's why the payoff of like, oh, Deadpool didn't fucking lie at all, actually, what you would expect him to do.
Right. No, like I've expected them to do a Johnny Storm cameo for a long time, which I'm glad they finally did. But it's one of those things where it's like I wish that they could have utilized more of him, which is why I'm disappointed with they used half his screen time on a dumb joke. Where like I liked as he tries to fight Pyro. Pyro's ability is like controlling fire, so like it's an easy Pyro's gonna kick your ass. So that was
it's funny because like
little win.
When you saw Pyro, it's like I was thinking, oh, they're gonna be a tie.
He's gonna have Iceman, and then he's gonna.
No, I thought I was just gonna tie because it's like the whole being of Johnny is like Flame Guy, you know. And then for Pyro to actually just, I don't know if that's been the thing in the comics. It's one of those competitions I've never thought about. And so
no, I got you. Yeah, same here.
Okay,
but,
yeah, it makes sense,
I like
I guess.
Because in the X-Men movies, they make it clear that he has to have like a lighter to like control fire. So I like that as, you know, Johnny just shoots fire at him, and well, he can just control the fire. So that was neat. It was kind of like it's one of those. It was one of those easy, like really easy victories that makes a lot of sense. It's not like a contrived victory. Just that these two go one-on-one like this. One's gonna win over the other.
Well, I guess because they didn't really like it was obviously his arrival with Iceman, and it's like rooted in Element, so it's kind of an obvious clash of personality. But you don't like Pyro's kind of a forgettable villain.
That's true-ish. I mean, I guess amongst the like over 10 X-Men movies, yeah, I guess so. But
it's like,
but I guess this is where this is where another one of my critiques would kind of come in, where it's like, so they make it clear that Johnny and like Elektra and them have been here for quite a few years, and like for like 20 years or so. They made it sound like they've been there for a while, and
since the movies came out,
and well, and so he goes against, so he doesn't know that Pyro can do that, like can control fire. Like that seems really dumb to me. Like like he acted like he knows who they are. He's like, they're coming, you know, let me handle this, and then he just gets totally beat. Like, and they made it clear it's not like the first time meeting. I don't know. It'd be like if I don't know, Loki were to just walk up to the Hulk without a weapon or without anything, and it's just like, let me handle this. And it's like, well, no, you got your ass kicked with him before. Unless you have a new plan or new way to attack him, you're just gonna get your ass kicked again. What are you doing?
That'd actually be funny if they did that with like variant Loki, and he's got younger Loki who's like strong hitting, like, oh, I can, no match for me. He's like, if you don't want to do that, like,
yeah. I thought it would have been funny to have like in one of these parts with Deadpool, or like when the TVA is coming in, if Loki comes out for a sec and it's like, I'm not going to be in this. No, thank you, and just like walks away. Like I'm not going to be in this, the type of thing.
Oh, dude, yeah, that would
Like,
have been totally in line with Deadpool, because in Deadpool 1 he talks about X-Men and casting, whatever, and budget, and then he follows that with Deadpool 2, and they have a cameo of like young Beast and like the young prequel X-Men in like a meeting, and they like close the door, so it's like just like Easter egg. But for them to have Nick Nolte or whatever, Nick Holt, whatever, in the Beast, like that's a lot of work just for an actor to do a cameo and not say shit, like, you know. So that's like a nice tongue-in-cheek payoff in a little way. Yeah, you'd think they would have referenced that more to like follow through the third one.
Yeah. But I guess we could maybe go to the beginning and then come back to some of this stuff a little bit if you want to. The very start. So I thought it was pretty funny how, like, so it starts, you know, with the MCU intro thing, and it shows a clip of Deadpool in there real quick, and I'm hearing is like somebody humming to the MCU theme, you know, da, 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 da. Like, and it sounded, the way the audio was coming out, it sounded like it was in the theater to me, and I was like, oh my fucking god, is there a retard humming to this? And then he was like, oh man, I love that. Like when it was done, I was like, oh, I like looked behind me, and then I looked back at the screen, I was like, oh, thank god that was just Deadpool, not some idiot in my crowd that's gonna be like, I like MCU, duh. Oh, Deadpool, he's funny, duh. Like, it's just Deadpool. So okay, that's a little relief. That's good. And
yeah,
you said your theater, you had like a full theater. Mine was like a smaller theater that I could get tickets for. There's like 10 people in there, but it was like one of those smaller ones.
I think probably for that specific box probably held 200, 250. That's my guess. Wow. And it felt like probably 80-90% full. Especially the top half was completely full. The bottom 3 rows from us were definitely full. So only maybe the first couple rows didn't have people.
Yeah.
So yeah. A lot of energy throughout the showing. It didn't feel like there's a down moment at all with the audience. Different taste across the audience with certain jokes. Like the girl I just happened to be sitting next to, and whoever, like her family or whatever was with her, we were all kind of laughing at the same shit when it would pop up, but then it just sounded like no one else in the audience was laughing at those points. So
well, what did you think of the very beginning of him digging up Logan's grave?
Yeah, no, I don't like, you know, even though I don't like the context with Zack Snyder in Batman, I definitely relate to like loathing sacred cows. And so the way people pretend to think Logan's the best thing ever for X-Men, it's a good movie, but it's a nice conclusion. It's a meta film for the actor in the role more than it is just a straight X-Men movie.
Well,
and
to me,
they make it like it's an Elseworld of X-Men.
Sort of. I mean, to me, it was like a nice, will this finally be the end of Wolverine for once? Will they commit to killing the character? Of course they don't, really. But, you know, that's what it came off as to me with Logan, which is why I gave it some credit, because they killed the main character. And I was like, okay, they're done. They're done now.
Yeah, I was surprised that they actually followed through in this multiverse comedy when he digs him up and he's like, oh no, he actually is dead. Oh fuck. Okay, so now this is how he rope in the multiverse and start hopping around. And so then you get the montage of different eras of Wolverine, which is hilarious. Like he had giant hair Wolverine and shit.
Well, before that, I mean, he uses the body of Logan to fight like 50 TVA guys, which I'm like, I'm okay with, I guess. And he fights to the song "Bye Bye Bye," in sync, of course, which, and showing the credits and stuff, which was I liked this, like cinematically, I liked what was going on there with that, but ultimately, I'm kind of like, it's just Deadpool killing everyone. which is like, okay, I don't know. I'm kind of picky with this sort of thing. I don't know. Like it's fine
It went
for a
too
little bit,
fucking
but it
long
went
for
too
me.
long. Yeah, it was a little long because they did like the whole song. The song's like 3.5 minutes or 4 minutes long, and it's just Deadpool using different bones of Logan's skeleton killing everyone. And it's just, to me, that's just not interesting. I'm like, okay, like there's some cool cinematic elements to this, but the longer it's lasting, the more I'm getting annoyed, and there's nothing on screen that I'm like concerned with or care about because he can't be killed and he's just killing them. So I'm just kind of, my brain's off for that whole time.
Yeah, I'm
Just
like
like
waiting for it
so
to just
I don't
cut.
like that. I don't like that, you know.
I'm like waiting for it to cut, and it just keeps going, like in sync, Backstreet, whatever, whoever the fuck the band is.
Yeah.
They're already annoying to me. Even for this bit, it's like
It's like
too
if you were to
fucking
have
much.
like this would be something to include in an extended cut, like a longer version of the scene, sure. But for the theater, come on, man. Like,
No, I think it was a good
I don't
tone
know.
thing for the theater because this is going to be like an all ages
What I'm saying, for
audience.
how long it was is what I'm saying. It should have been
I think it
cut in
was
half or
I think it was
something.
there to like set the tone, and I think it did fine for that. But just for my personal taste, yeah, too fucking long, irritating. The music, the rest of the movie was like the sound was fine. So it's like just that opening was like too fucking loud as well. Where I'm like, I've been to concerts, I've been to rock concerts. Like it's not that I can't handle loud shit, but it's just like this is like overwhelming now. And I'm not like a sensory retard or any of
Well,
that shit.
it's like they muted Hell's Bells compared to
Yeah,
this, like, and so it's kind of like, hey, why was Hell's Bells so quiet and cut around when you played all of Bye Bye Bye? Like, what?
yeah.
You know. But
Um,
you and I have a little, yeah. We like our ACDC.
yeah, obviously.
For
Um,
those that might not understand what Black Angus is, yeah,
yeah, but it was not just annoying because I don't like the song and it was too long. But in Deadpool 2, he starts out with like, I want to fucking die or whatever, and he like lights himself on like barrels of gas and blows himself up, and then he like takes you back to like why he's doing this, and then over his montage of just murdering people in a warehouse, a warehouse, um, and chasing down people and stuff. He gets to the point, and it's like you get a change of scenery. Um, this felt like a music video where they're all on like one set and they're just taking different takes and splicing it with the same song. Fine. It's just I really think it was there to be like a tone setter for like all the carnage. But then in the movie, it felt like the carnage wasn't as impact. It was very visceral seeing him like murder everybody in the TVA. It's very visceral, gratuitous, kind of disgusting violence, like The Boys, where it's like, oh yeah, actually seeing what these superpowered people can do to the normal human is like gross, you know? It's like I like that level of violence, and it was like disturbing sometimes where I'm like, oh god, that would suck. And then they cut in with like the joke where he's jerking off and fisting the guy with the claws. Like that was funny. It was just too long. Too long. They should have had a change of scenery, have like a montage of things going on with that. So that's where I'm at with it. If you wanted to
yeah,
play that whole fucking song, at least like change the scenery. I don't care for this fucking snowy Dakota forest and dead TVA everywhere.
yep. And then they decide to cut, or like in the middle of the song, they cut to like 6 years earlier or something. I think to him being interviewed with Happy, I think,
Yeah.
or he's at work first. I forget what they did first.
I think it starts with happy and then it cuts to work when he gets
Yeah,
turned
so
down.
that was another. So this was an example of a scene that I thought was just kind of dumb. Like, I don't know. He's like interviewing with Happy, and he's like, I care, and I just want to be an Avenger, and
This
like
is
the scene felt so pointless to me. I'm just like, I don't know if you want to have this type of scene, why can't they be like doing anything different? This was just so mundane, and it wasn't
it felt
funny.
kind of phoned in.
I don't know. It just felt like, why was this recorded? And then he touches his face and hugs him. Is kind of weird, I guess. From like, eh. I don't know. What was the
Honestly,
point of
I
this? Could you
fucking
cut the
hate
scene?
Falcon.
You could cut
Falcon's
the
not
scene, you
interesting.
know.
I think this would have been a great hook in for Falcon to beef him up into February next year for his movie.
I mean,
I think that would.
he'd probably hate Deadpool. He'd be like, "Dude, fuck you, get out of
He
here.
hates
You're
fucking
nothing."
Ant-Man. He
Well,
would
I
definitely
know
hate
exactly,
Deadpool.
but that's why I kind of agree with you. That'd be a better interaction. It'd be something. Happy was just kind of like around. I don't know. It just wasn't funny to me. It just felt, and we didn't really learn anything. The way, again, like Wade's just saying what he wants, and I'm just like, this is really lame storytelling to me, even though it's comedy and all this stuff. But I don't know what the point
Well,
of this was.
well,
What
it
were they
was
thinking?
annoying because it's like trying to set the idea of like, I actually want to make a difference. I want it to matter, because of Vanessa. But then they rope in and do that anyway through later in the movie when he has Cassandra in his head and she like
Yes.
manipulates his
So this
memories.
was
So
like, this scene was so just cut
it
this from
becomes
the movie.
redundant.
Cut this from the movie. Doesn't need to be in here at all. Like,
Yeah, it's like
and
the runtime was fine. It's just moments like this where it's like, and this might be the corporate meddling, where it's like, if it was just like Deadpool creatives, it would have been, whether it was the first director or the second, it would have been like a lot more crisp and straight. Versus like, well, we got to include this. We love Favreau's done so much, so we got to give him a scene.
it's like, I don't know. Have him actually be a chauffeur then. I don't know. Like that, just brief. I don't know. Having him extended there just was annoying me. That was like one of the examples of a scene where I'm just like really drudging how, and that scene felt long too. I felt like it was over 3 minutes. I'm like, why are we here? And if people are like, oh, you don't like two people sitting down and talking, I love House of the Dragon and Game of Thrones. That is the entire show, is people walking and talking or sitting and talking, whatever. But usually what they're talking about is interesting. This was just trying to figure out what Wade's motivation is. And I guess this is part of the thing that's like a trope nowadays, where characters are always just like, I don't know what to be. Like, it reminds me of Thor Love and Thunder, I guess, which is kind of why it was annoying. Because Thor's like, I don't know what I want
Wait, wait.
in his movie. He didn't know what he wants, and he's just like looking for motivation. And then in this, Deadpool's like, I don't know, I want to
It
be
honestly
around.
makes sense narratively for Thor to be kind of stuck, because even though he's helped defeat the great evil, it's like after effects, like, well,
Yeah, but you understand what I'm saying. Like they're just doing that again, though. It's like I'm annoyed that it's they're not doing something a little more
yeah.
clever, different.
We got to
with the character,
backtrack a little bit. We got to backtrack because I'm reading the wiki plot of the movie, just like kind of stay on track with the point. So 2018, Wade Wilson uses Cable's time traveling device to travel from his timeline, Earth 10,005, to Earth 616, the sacred timeline where he meets Happy and requests to join the Avengers, but is refused. So that's the other thing. Narratively, like, I just never caught on to like the TVA was involved in this movie, and then watching it, and it's like, oh, they're utilizing the Cable time travel aspect to tie into multiverse of already established with Marvel. I'm like, oh, I like this because it's like making both films relevant, or both projects relevant for this fusion project. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
That's all I got for that. It's just like, oh, okay, cool. Like, you're making both projects matter. Is the panel open? Says RL. Possibly. Are you on Twitter? Because I'm at Angus Reviews. Let me share my profile. I don't know if you follow me or not, but shoot me a DM or tag me, I guess, and I'll reply with the link. I'm putting my handle in the chat. RL. Here we go. And yeah, I haven't streamed for a while. Like
Yeah.
Thor and Deadpool, I just don't know what I want to do with myself.
Yeah, I don't know. So again, that's just a thing. I'm just kind of annoyed of that kind of trope with superheroes all the time, and then also that he and Vanessa have broken up. And I know that later they imply that it was like Cassandra that like made them break up, but that's not really touched on either. Really, it's just like, oh, she did that once and made that happen. And it's like, I don't know. For once, I want to see like a superhero not have to be like, oh, my girlfriend and I broke up now, and I understand that can be used to a lot of degrees.
Well,
but
they did that in Thor 2.
I feel like Deadpool specifically with Vanessa was like, it's one of those couples of, I don't know what would really break them up, because they're both like very bizarre for other people and like perfect for each other, sort of a thing. So it's not one of those, oh, just I'll find somebody else, whatever. Like, I don't know. Or if they are to break up, you need to do that on screen. It needs to be part of the story, like that they break up.
Age of Ultron, when they seem to have written Jane Foster out of the story because of maybe Natalie Portman didn't want to come back or something for a while. It feels like that makes sense if you couldn't get the actress back, because she's like, I don't care. Like,
she's in the movie.
She's literally in the movie, so why? It was annoying.
That just felt unnecessary, and I mean, even if I don't know, it's just
given the mental state of him in Deadpool 2, she's kind of the whole crux of his low point, and wrestling with that, going on a path to get revenge. He ends up finding a family. Deadpool's smart. Both films that he says like, this is a love story, and then Deadpool 2 is like, this is a story about family. And like, by the time you get to the end, as strange as it was to get there for the pitch, it really is a family movie. Not like take your 5-year-old, but it is a family movie.
To me, that was just an element in this that annoyed. This is again, so it's at the beginning, and it's after the happy scene, it's after the long intro scene. I was not really having fun so far into the movie, not really.
I was having fun. It started just going so long.
And when he puts the toupee on and he's trying to do the job thing, he's in the car. I'm just like, okay, so they really like just having the main character a few movies in just clueless of anything, which I know it can happen. That's a thing that can happen with characters, but it's just a thing that they show so often lately. It kind of annoys me. It's it's like just the amount of it. Like, why can't a character just be, if they would do TV shows with things happening every week, can you do that with a movie? Like, just for once, like everything's like okay, and then there's a problem they gotta solve, like, and then they figure out whatever things they have to go through, and that's fine. That'd be fine with me. But he's got like his job just felt kind of dumb. Who's the name? I think Peter.
Yeah,
Peter's the guy.
Deadpool 2.
He's fine, I guess.
No, I like Peter. I think he was better in Deadpool 2, though.
Yeah, I think his purpose in Deadpool 2 is funnier.
Yeah, because it's like, oh, I need to assemble a team, and then it's just
like the most average white guy around.
It's like all these potential people. Some were like, nah, and then it's like, oh, I'm Peter. It's like, I just saw the ad, figured I'd apply.
If you saw Sky High, I feel like some of the jokes in Deadpool 2 would be funny with that. Like, a lot of it is that the sidekicks in Sky High have like useless powers. Like one girl can transform into a gerbil only. This one guy can turn into he can melt. He can just turn into a puddle, essentially. This other guy can just glow in the dark. Like, just these kind of pretty useless powers in terms of like fighting crime. But
no, it is funny.
Yeah, so then we're like at his birthday party. He's hanging out at his house with the people and stuff. Colossus, Negasonic, and Kimiko, or whatever the girlfriend's name is. I don't remember her name now. I don't know. The
Kimiko's from The Boys.
The Asian chick that's like, hi, Wade. And he's like, hi. They're there for a sec. Yeah, I mean, that scene's supposed to establish, like, he's got his family. He likes his family. And it's fine, I guess. I feel like there could have been some better scene that encapsulates it, maybe. Or if you didn't have the scene with Happy, that could have been time with them as well to bolster it a little better.
Honestly, once we got to his party, it felt like, now we're in Deadpool land. This is nice.
Yeah, we're starting to. The blind lady, she's okay, I guess. I just don't think she's that funny. I mean, like, I don't know. She's okay. It's like I'm not like laughing when she says anything. I'm like, yeah, she's saying the things. And
well, like Blind Alice is such a weird casting. I don't know if there's any precedent in the comics, but it's just like a nice odd casting for like him living with this random old blind black lady that likes coke. And somehow they have like a chemistry, and so for them to like carry on into a MCU movie with like, I was like, all right, like they're bringing everybody along. Like I really appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
RL, I said, hit me up on Twitter and I'll DM you the link if you want to join. If you like, if you saw Deadpool and chat about it, it'd be cool to get a third opinion, I guess, in the mix. But yeah, at Angus Reviews is my Twitter handle, so hit me up there.
Yeah, then the TVA arrives and he thinks it's like a party thing.
It was nice to get the payoff for like the pegging joke or whatever. Yeah, I really appreciate all the adult humor in the mix where it's like, finally Marvel is like, I think a big part of this movie is the state of Marvel, where it's like, fuck, this is kind of like their Dark Knight, where it's like, it's way more still corporate controlled, obviously, in some parts, but it's them letting their hair down finally, like quit being uptight Disney, and like loosen up a bit. It's nice. So I think that's like the big value of this movie. It's like, see, when you don't do a stupid fucking formula and have like a real kind of,
I guess so, but I feel like they won't do that with other movies. So this is just like,
no, it's going to be like Thor Ragnarok, where Thor Ragnarok was like refreshing for a character that like hadn't quite panned out for the audience, generally speaking. I rewatched Thor. I'm like, it's kind of corny in its delivery sometimes, but like it's got just a really good through line, and it's different from like Iron Man and Cap and Hulk. We're in a new realm, so I really like the first Thor. Thor 2's fine. It's just the villain sucks, even though it's a cool concept.
yeah.
So Thor Ragnarok was like, even for its shortcomings, it's like just so refreshing. But then Thor Love and Thunder was, oh, see, that one movie worked, and now you're just stuck trying to recreate that instead of still trying to be organic and new.
Yeah.
It's like they found what worked and like do that again for this, and make us the same amount of money.
Yeah.
Felt very soulless the second time around.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Then they go to Paradox.
Yeah. Okay. So starts out in 2018. Happy, gets refused. 6 years later, Wade has retired from being the mercenary known as Deadpool and began to work as a used car salesman after breaking up with Vanessa, which again we've said is strange and too generic a trope. During his party, the Time Variance Authority, or the TVA from Loki, captures Wade and brings him to Mr. Paradox, who offers him a place on Earth 616. However, Paradox also reveals that Wade's timeline is deteriorating as a result of the death of Logan in the movie Logan, who is revealed to be the anchor being of that timeline. And so Wade steals the Paradox's temp pad to travel the multiverse and find a variant of Logan to save his timeline. All right, so there's a lot to unpack with that paragraph. So yeah, he goes to TVA and he tells them like, hey, we need you for this. And so he's like, all right. And so then he goes into a changing room. He's got this like creepy guy keeps like slapping his ass and grabbing his crotch.
Yeah.
That was given again, Marvel, they are somewhat safe for them to just go full on with like sex jokes and like, hey, that guy's a predator, but like, God, the suit's awesome. Like that. And then you got that Ralph, I think's his name. He's just like obviously gay for Deadpool. That was a nice touch too. I can't remember what song it was that kept playing. I think it was like Matchbox 20 or something.
I don't remember.
Let me see. Do you got anything to add for that part?
Now it's just kind of run of the mill. Just all right, yep.
It was nice because we were like, okay, now after it's kind of herky jerky opening 10, 20 minutes. Now we're kind of getting to like, all right, here's the meat. Here's why we're here. Here's how we're going to get Logan in the mix. And we know it's not going to be Logan because he's dead. And that's kind of the whole problem to begin with, that he's dead. And so he starts, he steals Tempe, starts wandering the multiverse, trying to find Logan. So they have like a fan service montage of different Wolverines. And it was cool because you get like Patch, which is one of the more funny, iconic images of Wolverine. He had an arrow where he's Patch, which honestly, if he's missing I don't know. I'm assuming he's missing an eye. And it's like, how's that work if he's Wolverine? Shouldn't it?
Or he just wears the eye patch to look cool. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the story to Patch Wolverine, but I know of the iconography. So I was like, okay, that's cool. Then we get the brown suit Wolverine, which I love. It's cool to see it live action. I love the brown suit. That's my favorite version, image wise, of Wolverine. And they even paid off.
We get a short man Wolverine.
Now you get comic accurate Wolverine. He's fucking 5'3".
Too tall.
That was a funny surprise. Like, oh yeah, we got tiny Wolverine. Like, because everyone cries about, Hugh Jackman's like 6 foot. Wolverine's like 5'3". It's not accurate. It's like, really, you're hung up on that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Some nerds are so butthurt that he's not the right height, so they paid it off with a little CGI trickery.
He looked a little funny.
So tiny. I'm trying to think of the other Logans we got. We got like 90s like fucking rad hair Wolverine, where they drew him like a beast, not even really human looking. I'll pull up some images so you kind of get the big hair.
We get Cavill.
Yeah, we get the Cavalrine. That was like, oh, that's a funny little twist, I guess, but Jesus Christ, now you're opening the floodgates for retards to soil their panties at the chance of Cavill.
Spoilers of like 4 of the cameos, and Cavill being one of them, and a lot of people were kind of pissed. They're like, why'd you share this?
Huh. That's funny, because I actually gave her credit. I'm like, wow, what a great take. I don't know if it's tongue in cheek or not, if she's being sarcastic, but just reading it's like, oh wow, she actually has a good take here. That's funny that, yeah, because I can't see her because she blocked me, and I don't ever put effort to see her on my other account. So that's funny that she's getting shit on for spoiling that. Yeah. It was like a funny surprise, but I was like, just because of the baggage with that fucking guy, because of Witcher and everyone just loving him because, oh, he's unwoke or whatever. It's not because like, oh, I love Superman, I love Man of Steel. So everyone's kind of like, yeah, DC sucks, but Cavill, right? And it's like, what? Like, why do you like him if you don't like what made him famous?
Yeah, I don't know, to me, it's like seeing some of these. I'm like, okay, I can see a glimmer of respect, but then I can also see a glimmer of, is this what like I feel like studios will always take the wrong things from this sort of thing and be like, just flash a random reference from something in the past and people coom themselves over it. Have an actor dressed as a character you like and they'll coom themselves over it. It's like, that's what I feel like they'll take away from this sort of thing. So I don't really, I'm okay with this, but I also don't care for it. I didn't get any like, oh boy, I don't care.
Yeah, I kind of rolled my eye when I saw the Cavalrine. It's like,
it's just one of those things. I'm like, good. See,
it was a good like sight because like the way he's like revving up his engine is like the view from behind. It's like, oh, okay, now we're getting straight.
Because they could have easily done a Tom Cruise, Tony Stark as well. And
oh god damn it, fuck you!
I am
okay that would have been great. That would have been great. Get Tom Cruise Iron Man. That'd been awesome. Because
would it have been awesome?
Yeah, it'd be a nice payoff. Like,
I don't know, maybe.
It's like Doctor Strange 2. All the potentials, like, oh, you always have Bruce Campbell in your Sam Raimi movies. That'd been a great way to have a Bruce Campbell Doctor Strange in a different universe. It'd just be like a nice little fan service thing.
Yeah, I guess to me it's like, yeah, I can see all these little tiny nuggets of things that make people happy for a sec, but it's to the equivalent of Nick Cage in The Flash. Just, I don't know.
No, I agree.
Which to me, that's just like, okay, that happened, and I can understand why people like that, but let's hope for better than that. Like, because that's like that's not even risk. That's just like Rise of Skywalker lesbian kiss at the last second. It's something you can blink and miss, and it's not that it doesn't have any impact.
Well,
So
I think
I don't
part of
know.
the excitement is like, oh fuck, like this is like a canon MCU film, so there's always a chance they can like rope this back in for future projects, make it like a legit casting.
And what if they legit make it shitty based on their last movies? In
Sure,
phase
but
5, like I don't know, that's where I'm at. So like, and so my point is, until they show that they can really write a couple of consecutively good movies, I don't really think that having things that people want to see will be the best idea. Like, oh, Plagueis was an acolyte. Oh wow, Plagueis, he's cool. It's like that doesn't.
no, even though it's a bad show, it's still like oh fuck, cool. Now we have the potential to get a good creator to make a Plagueis show.
Yeah.
So yeah, even if the bad movie's like, oh, like I'm not anticipating anything, but like knowing, oh, that is supposed to be Plagueis. You're finally making his image, him being on screen like a canon thing, and there's now potential to build off of that, regardless of how it came about. The quality of the show. It's like, oh, okay, this just gives me hope for some sort of payoff for something that is part of the canon of Star Wars, but the book that really gets people excited about the lore is not canon. So, you don't know what really Plagueis means in the universe besides what Palpatine said. So I don't know. I'm always hopeful. When I see spoilers, because again, this is a whole spoiler stream. Later on, but we're talking about the cameo. So we get Electra, Jennifer Garner. We get Wesley Snipes' Blade. That was probably the biggest surprise casting to me. It's like, oh shit, they got fucking Blade here, especially with them trying to make Blade right now with Mahershala Ali, I think's his name. He's a good actor too. So I expect a lot from new Blade, given the actor they cast and him seeming to not play ball with weird rumors we're hearing about, like, oh, he's actually the fourth fiddle behind like women for some reason in his own movie. I never expected Wesley Snipes to be brought back for anything. So I was like, oh, that's cool. I actually don't like the Blade franchise. Kind of suck besides the first movie, but
a lot of people surprisingly they think that Blade 2 is good. I can't believe this. Like even Mahler and stuff think that Blade 2 is good. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Blade 2 is atrocious. Blade 2 is awful. We were struggling to stay awake during
Blade. Like Wesley Snipes is a great casting for it. He's got a great just presence for the role, but the other movies aren't good is the problem.
Yeah, it's like Blade 3 is bad as well, but I feel like Blade 3 is more funny bad than Blade 2, which is just boring bad.
Yeah. Oh, we also get Channing Tatum as Gambit because that was, something in the rumor mill development hell for years. And that was the one where I'm like, what is this? Gambit sucks.
Like more screen time wasted on him, a cameo wasted on him. Could have gotten a Punisher or somebody interesting.
Oh yeah, he could have got Dolph Lundgren, especially because he's been Punisher in the 80s, and then he's been Mara's father in Aquaman movies, so it's not like he's not available to be in films, especially with the state of DC and the Aquaman franchise and stuff. I don't think he's got any role anytime soon over there at DC, so why not?
You could have got more Morgan Freeman with an eye patch, and he's Nick Fury or something. Like, I don't know. If you wanted to have something.
I think there was some 90s movie in Marvel that had Hasselhoff as Nick Fury, or maybe that was like a fan casting of like, hey, if we had a 90s Avengers, who would we cast as these roles?
Right.
I think DiCaprio was Spider. I think DiCaprio actually legitimately was going to be Spider-Man in the 90s, and it just didn't fall through.
I'm surprised they didn't have like a Danny DeVito Wolverine or something.
Oh, that would have been great. Especially because he was mini-me in Austin Powers.
Yes.
He just be like, hey, I'm the Wolverine. Fuck you, bub. Like, Yeah, no, I definitely, I was like, oh boy, got X-23. So I was always, I was telling Ricky this today. I've told him before, but my idea how to like streamline the X-Men into Marvel is like cast whatever fan casting, Keanu Reeves, Henry Cavill, whoever for Wolverine, but just have them basically be like an action role in the background, and have X-23 be the like mainline Wolverine or X-23 with like, actual acting chops or whatever. And so just have Daphne Keene back. And so they brought her back. I'm like, oh, cool. Hopefully this is actually going to be like a long-term thing and give her weight as adult X-23. But we'll see. They'll probably recast her, but I don't know. It's just there's so much potential because there's a lot of casts that are still around for some of these X-Men movies, especially the younger guys. You got Sansa as Jean Grey. I think bring her back and I guess arguably do it right as
Yeah, well,
fans feel.
so it's like, in No Way Home, as that movie has a lot of issues, but I feel like they utilized Toby and Andrew well as their roles in that film. And then in this, these were so thin. It's just like,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, they're here. Okay, thanks. No, I mean, it wasn't bad like in Multiverse of Madness, where they just get smashed and humiliated essentially. Over here, there's at least a semblance of respect, I guess. Jennifer Garner as Elektra, you're like, oh, we got to see that movie now. Dude, you'll fall asleep during it, man. It is boring.
Well, it's like Jennifer Garner's a great actress, and that's probably like a big blemish on her career because like no one talks
she was
about that
better
movie.
in Daredevil, mostly because Daredevil was there and can bounce off of with her Ben Affleck and her. But then when she's by herself, oh my god. Well, she has like
it's sad because she's a good actress. So
yeah, I know.
I hear this and I'm like,
It's just
oh
like
man.
just really lame movie. So it's like, okay, so like I like that they take her out because she's never going to have a sequel. There's never going to be anything else with the Elektra character with Jennifer Garner. So yeah, it's one of those. Okay, she's here again. But so I guess I think of like, we would just watch Cobra Kai, and we have our issues with Cobra Kai, but like they bring back characters you never would think to see again.
Yeah, I
And
have
they
no
do things
problem.
well with them. And so I did, like when I just see these on here for a few seconds, I'm just like, I don't care really because they're not doing anything with them. They're not going to really do things with them. I don't think so. And if they do, it's probably going to suck. So, because it's Marvel. So I don't know. Like, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, I kind of see that. No, I kind of agree. I feel like it's, a lot besides Blade, like Wes Anderson had a trilogy. So like he's, regardless of the quality of films, like he's beloved in the role, kind of like Hugh Jackman as Wolverine, or Margot as Harley, Robert Downey as Iron Man. Like he kind of owns that role thus far. I mean, maybe Marshall can actually usurp him. I hope for that. I hope that like when I see new iterations, I'm always hoping it's better than the previous. So like when I'm a staunch Raimi Spider-Man guy, it's not out of like nostalgia or something. I want Garfield, I want Holland to be better and better films than the previous,
Well, and they should, because they have a template of what was good.
Yeah, and then it's like,
and should be better as it goes.
Yeah, like I rewatched Homecoming. I'm like, actually, it's pretty good, but it's just like it doesn't compare to like it's just too squirrel. It doesn't have the heart of Maguire. Hey, what's up, Apex? We just we're chatting about Deadpool and Wolverine, and I had a really good time. Rookie's more mixed, even though I kind of am agreeing a lot with him
so far. But again, we're only partway through the movie, honestly.
Yeah, it's definitely, they definitely got crammed a lot in here. I think overall it had a good flow. Overall, even though there's like when I talk about these parts, I'm like, oh yeah, no. In the movie, I was like, all right, can we move on from this? Like it's dragging at this scene, but
yeah,
it's kind of like getting too much fries with a really good burger. And it's like, well, I need to eat all this because I paid for it.
Yeah,
but I got way too much fries. That's how this movie feels in parts.
Well, I think we skipped ahead a little bit talking about the cameos.
Yeah, so we're still back at the Logans. If you have anything to add with that.
Yeah. So it goes back to so Deadpool's, yeah, he's doing the Logans, and then at some point, doesn't it line back up with the present where he finishes off the TVA? Or no, because so he finds the Logan that he's looking for.
Yeah, he brings back to Logan, but then they get zapped to the void.
Right. He's like, okay, here's this shit one, and then whatever he'll do for an anchor, right? And he's like, no, he sucks. And I thought it was going to be the version like in the comics where he killed all the X-Men himself. There's some type of mind control trickery or something.
Yeah, okay, so that's where I'm disappointed with the cameos. Is like, okay, it's cool that you're like giving a little shine and the spotlight again to kind of forgotten roles in early Marvel with Elektra.
It's a step in the right direction, but it's could use work.
Yeah, I appreciate giving them any attention and thus maybe, you know, create a new cult following for some of their, not Blade because Blade's already established, but the other ones, Gambit, you know, like I guess there is a cult of people that are really hankering to have seen anything of Tatum's Gambit.
But that's so lame. We saw him on screen now. that's the equivalent. Okay.
Yeah, but it's like, I mean, when you're devoted to a character and you hear like a casting that you're just like dead set, like I love this casting, I think it's going to work, and then you never get it. It's disappointing. So like it's a nice fan service for like those cult followings. So I tip my hat to that, but it's just like that was the worst thing to actually like carry out long term. Like, who the fuck would want this?
Yeah.
Again, the concept of Gambit's fucking gay to me. He looks gay. I don't care if he's banging Rogue. I don't care what Rule 34 is of him. It's a stupid fucking character. Not interested.
Yeah. Plenty of other interesting characters. We could have had a hot
My
Rogue
mutant power is to blow up cards.
We could have had a hot Rogue in this. I liked your suggestion of a male Kitty Pride.
Yeah, Elliot Page back as Mr. Pride.
Mr. Pride. Like, oh, and Deadpool can have easy jokes with that. That's a gender swap.
Well,
like
okay, that's the thing. I think Ryan
one.
Reynolds would be aware of addressing the gender shit. Because
yes.
he does make gender jokes to some degree, and they're self-aware of like, "Whoa, that's touchy today." Like, and so like that's totally on the table. So I don't think Elliot Page would probably be like, "Well, this contributes to genocide." So it's just like she'd be a total fucking stick in the mud for a fun movie. She'd have like no self-deprecation about. Yeah, I was Ellen Page. I was a cutie, and then I came out as lesbian, and that wasn't really cool. So then now I'm trans. Like, now I'm just a fucking headache.
Yeah,
because I think they had to address it in. I never watched it, but the Umbrella Academy is a comic adaptation on Netflix, and I think she was filming after transitioning because she was a girl character, I guess, and so they had to like tweak that into the story. And so it's like they made it a weird thing. She wasn't having to still play girl, even though she's quote unquote a man now. Which I actually appreciate the creatives doing that, even though it's, I guess, a trendy thing to just bend the knee to. Like, I think you should be respectful if that's a thing, if they want to continue, the role. So I'm fine with that. It'd be different if it's like Barbie and it's like Margot Robbie's now a man with a beard, but Barbie, like, no, get the fuck out of here. Like,
yeah.
So I guess, but yeah, that would have been funny. When this whole thing with Logan, this variant Logan, is that he didn't want to like buy into the X-Men, which is basically like X-Men classic, wearing the suits and stuff. And he was always like rejecting really buying into the team, and then he went off to drink or whatever, and he came back and
even in the first X-Men movie, he pretty much was only there because of Rogue.
Right. So this Wolverine failed his friends, everyone got killed, and so then he just, I guess, went into full blood rage.
It made mutants primary targets number one.
Right. So yeah, he is the reason that like mutants are targeted in his world. So he's like undercut the whole initiative of Xavier, and so that's why he's like drinking himself, in a bottle every day. If you're gonna do cameos, it's like I don't think she's actually good in the role, but people love her as Halle Berry as Storm, and then of course either McAvoy or Patrick Stewart, fucking Ian McKellen, I think's his name, for Magneto. Like, bring back classic original trilogy X-Men casting, because you got Pyro, you got Toad, you couldn't get Halle Berry. I don't think she's doing anything right now. She's having to pay for her divorce. She's having to pay child support for her divorce. So like, she might need the money, honestly.
Yeah.
Wesley Snipes is going to turn the shit down. He's got this whole tax problem. Yeah, it's kind of weird that you get the MCU and you're being aware.
I feel like it'd be kind of funny if they got Sean Connery to play as Magneto, and they got like dead. Jessica Alba. Oh yeah, he's dead. Right. Shit. I was trying to think of another old man that could have had the role. Jessica Alba as Storm or something.
Wait. So Apex says gay Gambit. I like the Beast. Yeah, Beast is cool.
Yeah. It's like if Jessica Alba was Storm, because she was Sue Storm, but she's Storm, like from X-Men in this. Like that'd be a fun twist. Though.
But no, I really wish, like, if you're really gonna do this, like, bring back Jack Lame as Cyborg, or get young Cyborg.
Cyborg.
No, it's fuck Cyclops.
Cyclops. Okay, I was like, wrong dang, Angus. What are you doing?
Fuck, I'm trying to think some other the main castings. Of course, Rogue. The James Bond girl that played Jean Grey.
Famke Janssen.
Yeah, because she was in she cameoed as that role. She cameoed as that role one of the recent X-Men movies. Maybe it was Days of Future Past, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not like there's not a precedent. Yeah, so it's like, you do
the original Mystique.
Yeah. Oh God, Rebecca, whatever the fuck her last name is.
Yes.
Oh my God. Yeah, have Mystique in the mix.
Whole thing, and be like, I don't care.
Or Jennifer Lawrence, where it's like, get Jennifer Lawrence, and then this Wolverine only knows Mystique is like a bad guy, but then she's supposed to be, good Mystique in this, and so he's like confused.
Kills her. Like, no, that'd be even. But no, if Deadpool and him kill her, because it's like, let's say it's CGI blue skin, because she doesn't want to be painted and naked or something. So it's like, you can have the comedy from Deadpool and the anger from Wolverine or something.
Yeah.
Like, she's doing CGI, no, and then he's like, oh, stupid bitch.
Or better yet, you do comic service. Because they didn't really ever do it with WandaVision, House of M. Because when Wolverine wakes up in House of M, he is like dating Mystique, which is totally counter to like where he's at in the world. He's got the memories stuck in his brain because he's like immortal. So he is like the key to like unlocking everyone, like red pilling everyone to the reality. Like, we're in a fake world. Like, what the fuck's going on? So that would have been cool. That would have been like real comic service there, and opening the gate to like, hey, maybe we'll actually do. Because like a lot of this Wasteland shit, I think is supposed to be referenced to like Old Man Logan.
Yeah, that's definitely the vibe they're going for. But you see the issue already, or like with this, is that they showed us some slivers, and there's a lot more potential. And like, to me, some of the story felt a little directionless for a little while with some of what they were doing, and it just seems like they were in a playpen where they could have done a lot of stuff. And
like the toys they had available, it feels like they didn't think of the.
Like, I even kind of like the Mad Max angle. I don't really care about Mad Max at all, but having the X-Men kind of be Mad Max-ish in this world here, I thought was kind of a neat idea. And then you can have they have other factions that go around, and there's a huge cloud that tries to kill everyone, so they gotta be careful for that and shit and whatnot. I don't know. It's a fun little area, and it's all out of the way of the TVA and all the other Universal shit. So it's just people get dumped here from other universes. and all the junk.
Oh
Essentially.
yeah, if you don't know, they
And
have
so it's like
Psylocke in this movie, but they don't like ever do a close up to confirm if it's Olivia
it's
Munn.
Olivia Munn, which makes me say it wasn't Olivia Munn then. 'Cause they
Yeah,
were
it's
gonna
like
get her or
you
something.
know, it's like if I had gun to
Tina
my head, it's
Carano
probably
wasn't
not.
in it either.
Oh well, thank God. Yeah, I watched Deadpool a couple
Yeah.
days ago, and I'm watching like, wow, this stupid bitch just like, you know what, you deserve your your unemployment. I hope Disney fucking countersuit wrecks you with your Elon bullshit, trying to force Disney to hire you. Go fuck yourself.
But,
Oh, that would have been great. That would have been great to have her, like her character from Deadpool in the movie, and Deadpool like, oh, you I mean, you're not the same actress, of course, because you know legal issues with Disney at the moment. Because they reference the IP shit or whatever in the
have Pedro
movie.
Pascal as Gina Carano's character from
Yeah, he says something about
Deadpool
like
1.
he says something about Mad Max. He's like, but that would be IP infringement. Like,
Yes.
so like, why not just fucking? This would be a great way for Disney to just fucking middle finger to her, in the movie where
No,
it's like,
it'd be funnier to have Pedro be it because he said some shit that she responded to, and
wait, when?
he called Republicans Nazis and stuff.
Oh, even that was fucking years ago. No, it needs to be
No,
like.
this was after Gina.
Well, I know, but this was still years ago when she got canned.
I know,
Like,
but the point was that it was like a hypocritical stance from Disney where he is the Mandalorian and says this stuff, and he still keeps his job. Where she said what she said, and
oh
she
no,
lost
no,
her
I
job.
agree. So here's the can of worms for me of Carano, and I've said this before on stream, but I support Carano and the hypocrisy angle, but now she's, you know, taken the victimhood, got a job at Daily Wire. That didn't pan out. So now, years after the fact, now she tries to get Elon Musk to pay for a court case to stick it to Disney.
Yeah,
And in the case, it says basically hire me back. Like it's trying to get a court
yeah.
ruling to make them hire her back, which is like, wait,
So
how can any Republican support this? Like, a lot of Republican states have right to work, which is basically protects employers from wrongful termination, where it's like, besides obvious like gender, race discrimination, you can just as an employer fire anybody for nothing. You could be the best employee, and it's like, I don't like your face today, you're fired. Like they can't say that, but they can literally just, they have the right to just can you for no reason, unless you're in a union that, you know, has extra protections. So it's very weird that Republicans would not like call her shit out for like that angle in her case. It's one thing to try to be like, hey, you're like not playing even handed with the talent. I'm expendable, so I have to play by arbitrary rules. This might be like a shady business practice angle. Like I'm totally with her on that, but you know, when she oversteps with this case, I'm like, go fuck yourself.
yeah,
Also,
so
the victimhood. This, you know, I can't.
yeah, so this is why it'd be this is why I said it would be funny to have Pedro be her character replacing her thing here because of that. He was pointed to as the
Well,
you
he
did this and you didn't do that, and then it's like, well, he kept his job and he's still at Disney, so yeah.
well, well, I was wondering if they're going to have Pedro in this movie when they showed the Fantastic Four floating car. My mind was not at all thinking about Fox Fantastic Four. Like that's kind of in its own pocket outside of all the other comic movies, because like I like them both, and I'm not thinking about them as
Imagine if
like,
Fan Four Stick made a cameo.
yeah, that was weird because they show
That'd be
Fan
weird.
Four Stick in the montage at the end with the other movies, where it's like they've made reference with some of the casting cameos in the X-Men saga, and then you have Johnny Blaze from Fantastic Four, but they show Fan Four Stick for no reason.
Johnny Storm.
Oh fuck. that's like my to be fair today. Yeah, Jim, I was on layoff at my job. Not it's a recurring thing. It's like 4th of July and Christmas roughly, and so it's like kind of a given. If you work at this place, you're gonna have a layoff for like a week or two twice a year, and just had no motivation because I'm just like staying at home, coasting on like the money I have until I can go back to work and start making money again. So, I mean, I've sold stuff on eBay. So that's kept me going. It's kind of been a motivator, but I just had no motivation to stream or make videos at all. But
Well,
no,
now you
so
do.
Pedro is Mr. Reed Richards for the new Fantastic Four. So that'd been funny if they included him as his first appearance in this movie, and then have him face the Carano character, but it's not her, and there's some sort of like reference or awareness. That would have been funny.
Yeah.
To like address like because they have a different guy as Juggernaut.
Right. Well, so let's take it back because we're almost to this point anyway, essentially. So he is talking with the TVA guys, and then they get pruned. They get sent to this world, and Logan is pissed because he got sent somewhere he don't know, and starts to fight with Deadpool. Deadpool's like, "Oh, people have been waiting for this forever," and blah blah blah. And then I'm just like, I don't care, like, because it's just he shoots at Wolverine. Wolverine stabs him. He stabs Wolverine, and I'm just like, this is. I don't know. It's just one of those two guys that can't die. It means like they can't kill each other, and so they're just trying to kill each other and can't. So it's just like, okay, I don't care. And none of the stabbing means anything. None of the shooting means anything. It's not very funny. It's, some of the moves they did, I guess, were okay, but it's just a kind of a generic fight. Again, like whenever they block something, or it's like, it doesn't matter. You're not going to die. Neither you're going to die. So whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think
I
it's
just didn't
fun.
care.
I just think like that's just fun.
I mean,
so
no,
when you see these kind of fights where it's like they're putting effort into a fight, the outcome isn't going to matter because neither one's going to die. Maybe one will like get like a pin move and then kind of make the other one listen, which is basically what Deadpool's trying to do.
Let me compare.
But I just want to follow up because I'm not done with the thought. I really like the fight, even though yes, it is kind of meaningless given they're both basically immortal characters. What's annoying about this fight for me is they did a lot of good close-up choreography and shit. So this is just the spectacle for the audience of like two comic characters they want to see. Maybe they fought in the comics. Now we get to see it on screen with these two great actors. They're finally meeting again with proper, portrayals. So that's why I'm annoyed with the back half of the movie with like the fight at the Ant-Man lair and then the Deadpool core it's just like pew pew pew. It just feels so even if it actually
it's very detached from the characters.
Yeah,
it's more just these can be anybody fighting and it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, versus the Hell's Bells fight was like, okay, this is just like finally we're getting to like let's fucking go. Like, yes.
Well, this is before the Hell's Bells fight though.
What them stab like Wolverine and Deadpool fighting directly?
So when they get pruned, that's way before the Hell's Bells fight.
Yes, they get pruned and then they land and they start fucking fighting because he picks them up. He's like, "Give me a hand."
Yeah, I'm saying those are two different fights though. That's what I'm saying. That they fight more than once. And this first fight, I just didn't think was that interesting. The Hell's Bells one in the car was a little more entertaining, I guess. I would say. But like I was going to compare, so like when Iron Man and Thor and Cap all kind of collide for the first time, that's like the perfect example of characters colliding with each other and fighting each other. I think where they're not going to result in a death, even though they could kill each other.
Well, I was gonna say that scenario. For me, the Iron Man in the mix is always kind of scary when he's fighting Thor.
Because he could get killed.
He could literally he zaps him, and it's like that could kill you. That'll kill me.
Exactly. That could kill
like, oh, you're at 400%. It's like, all right.
Yeah, and so he stands a good and he's lasting a good while against him, and who knows how long their fight could have drawn out to with just themselves fighting each other. And then when his hammer collides with the shield, so like to me, like all these different moments, him zapping Iron Man, the hammer going down on the shield, like their interactions with dialogue were good and their fight choreography and the things like spectacle things happening were good. With Wolverine and Deadpool, it's just cling clash stabbing and there's just nothing there for me. Like it's so forgettable. Like there's nothing visual to remember this as much. There's nothing, it's just another little fight scene. and it's with characters where there's no stakes, so it's just pointless fighting. He's like,
No,
oh yeah, I'm angry that I'm here, and so I'm gonna fight you now. Like, I don't
yeah,
know,
that's Wolverine.
that's lame.
Wade's trying to like fucking, all right, let's get this out so we can fucking actually like have focus. You know, you've just stuck in your rut. All you know how to do is stab and fight. You drink and then you fight. And so he's having to like try to like
Yeah,
climb
I'm not
uphill with
saying
this
that's out
guy.
of character. I'm saying it was a boring fight to watch.
I disagree. I was having fun.
And then afterward is when we get the part where Johnny Storm gets introduced, and then the other X-Men show up, and Johnny Storm for some reason Johnny is confident that he can do anything to all these guys, which he probably could to everyone else that isn't Pyro, and is somehow surprised that Pyro can beat him, even though he's been here for many years, and they seem to all be very familiar with each other, and is shocked when Pyro can zap away his flames. So I thought that was good.
I feel like maybe Storm was assuming, especially with him needing a fuel source instead of just he can't flame on. Maybe that just was in his head to underestimate him. Like, it seems very logical to actually underestimate Pyro for Storm's power set, because it's like, even though Pyro is like naturally imbued with the manipulation, Storm is literally fire, in his, like, he can just make his being flame. So like, I don't know, it makes sense comic wise. Like, this would be something like you could go either way with your writing, like making these characters face each other. It could be, oh, actually Pyro's totally out of his element, even though flame is his element. Or like we saw where Pyro actually fucking kind of surprised everyone and just zaps them quick.
Yeah, I don't know. I just like
again, this is Superman versus Flash in a race, because it's like Superman's the strongest, so that should mean he's the fastest.
So like I said, I'm fine with Pyro winning. I just based, if we're supposed to believe that Johnny has been here as well, it just makes him seem really dumb.
Well, are you confusing, like, he's aware of like these foes that are in league with Cassandra, but like he's part of the Resistance.
Yeah, so why is he like surprised? He seemed very confident he can take these guys on, and then it just completely gets stopped.
Well, that's Johnny Storm. He's cocky.
So he has memory loss though, of like
I don't, just because he's aware of like
the
crew doesn't mean he like actually knows all their powers.
It just seems like they constantly conflict with each other is what it seems like. And then it's just, I don't know, because why else would he be so familiar with them? It doesn't seem like they all separate. They travel as a group.
Yeah, so I'm assuming.
So he would have.
Me watching it, I assume Storm with his crew, they're kind of like lesser powered beings collectively. So it seems like they're kind of hanging in the shadows because Cassandra's dictating everything. So they're trying to like figure out how to go against them. It seems they are where they can't, so they just hang out in the shadows.
I feel like you even kind of make more of a defense as a reason why they would know more about Cassandra's minions. Like, okay, she's really powerful. We can't beat her right away. What about any of the other people that's under her? And since they're in the shadows, trying to not be as in the open as much. I don't know. You'd think they'd do any sort of recon or anything. This is where I think of stuff, because they're not just on pause this whole time. Like, they're probably trying to actively do things to take them down. But the way they present it is like they're just turned off during this time and don't know anything about the bad guys.
I don't know. This is one of those, I just took it in how they gave it, and it's totally fine with me.
It's like, hey, you're the enemy, you're my enemy, and you retreat to the house across the street from me, and I'm across the street from you, and it's like, well, we just haven't fought each other for 20 years. It's like, well, why? Well, because he might have a way to beat me. Well, did you look? Do you know anything? I don't know. It just seems like, I don't know. It just seems like if you're trying to defeat the other people, you'd have a little bit more information at this point, especially with like one of their leaders.
I don't know. Maybe it's because
he's second in command. I don't know.
Maybe it's because of like their stature in the story. I just kind of accept like they're all collectively side roles, they're just Easter eggs. They're just
I
cameos.
see. It's in a Deadpool movie. It's supposed to be kind of dumb, so accept that. And I don't like that kind of writing.
Yeah, I don't know. It was just like fine with me. I was more taken aback, like, oh, it's not Captain America, it's Johnny Storm. So yeah, you played both roles. Like, it is a good way to like build up and undercut the cameo. So I was more kind of in that, and then like Wolverine just takes out Sabretooth, which was crazy to me because like if I remember right, like he's stabbed. He's like, given death blows to Sabretooth in the first movie. So
Yeah, he's not supposed to be killed that easily.
yeah, so I was very surprised.
This is kind of another one of those thin things that's like, oh wow, look, they can fight each other, and Deadpool even comments on it, and then it's over in a second. It's kind of like, whatever. Yeah, I don't know.
I was just kind of like, oh, okay, well, that's not going to go long for him at all. Okay, all right, what do I expect now? Like, kind of kept me on my heels, I guess, narratively. So even though it doesn't make sense with what we've seen in X-Men, fine with it because we go somewhere else. So I don't know. I wouldn't have done it. I guess I would have actually like indulged that fight. People love Sabretooth versus Wolverine.
I guess.
So yeah, no, that was like a weird choice to me, but okay.
Yeah.
I'll acknowledge like my awareness, like, oh, that doesn't make sense with who you've cameoed, but okay, whatever.
I guess I do find it kind of funny that you can beat Wolverine essentially with a magnet.
Oh yeah, that's one of Magneto's iconic stories. I think it's called Fatal Attractions, and it's like I don't know the gist of like how it gets to this point, but Magneto rips like the skeleton out of Wolverine, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Wolverine's like the worst guy to face, like Magneto.
Like Magneto,
so yeah, totally makes sense.
Yeah, he's putty in Magneto's hands essentially, so it's not. He's not your ideal. So the fact they had a giant magnet that could just suck him up, it's like, all right, that's fine.
I'm just wondering, since you're pointing this out, and it seemed like, oh, you just never thought of this or whatever. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's like, wait, why do they just have a magnet? Like, what are you grabbing? So if you find a car in the wilderness, you'd think you would just try to hotwire it, not like, oh, here's like a scrap car.
I think they implied they've been hoping to find a Wolverine. Cassandra has been wanting one, so I'm assuming they have a car equipped with a magnet just in case they find one that'll likely have.
I mean, yeah, I guess that makes sense because it is the void of pruning timelines and stuff. So yeah, I guess that makes sense conceptually.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. Also, there's Colossus as well, so
true.
You might get a Colossus.
Okay. Could also take enemies' weapons away if they have weapons. So
that actually annoyed
me. Reason there.
Now I'm thinking about because they had Colossus in passing in the party, but he never had like a role.
Yeah, he's always sort of a secondary character, background character,
right? But he had a role
in the other two Deadpool movies.
Yeah, so it's like, what the fuck? Like,
not this time. Nope. It was not. It was meant to be bench, bro. But then they drive Wolverine and Deadpool, and the conversation on the way. I don't even really remember it, honestly, when they're talking. But then they arrive and go to the giant man, Ant-Man skeleton, and that's a neat visual, and that's a neat place to have a lair, I guess.
No, it was a neat visual when it's just the head. But when I see like, oh, it's the whole body, and they made his hands like a gateway, I'm like, that's fucking gay looking.
Yeah, that's kind of dumb.
It was way cool if it's just a head.
Just the head. But it's like, all right, that's where the evil layer is, I guess, and where Cassandra is, and all the other bad guys, which we don't really get much on other than Juggernaut, like you said. And then it's like, oh, it's Baldy. Is it going to be Professor X? Nope, it's the evil twin, Cassandra.
Well, the whole time I saw this trailer, especially with the sling ring portal, I thought it was going to be the ancient one,
which would have been interesting. I think,
yeah, especially if he actually like whether it was going to be a younger casting. as like a variant, or if it was Tilda Swinton back, because I love her role in Doctor Strange.
I guess that's the kind of thing of, do you have another timeline related person or a mutant related person? X-Men sort of. So they went with X-Men mutant.
Yeah, no, I mean it's fine, but I feel like he kind of squandered, like given her power, I feel like it's kind of squandered.
No, I agree.
It's just like that's kind of a big fucking deal. Like she can do all this manipulation shit, and also she can just like do like use the Time Ripper on herself. It seems like it's kind of like an Infinity Gauntlet kind of power that like not any just regular chum can just put his hands in there and wield it.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's why I'm like, it's kind of a waste. But again, this is like she's a variant, so we can totally get her again.
Possibly.
That's the nice having your cake and eating it too part of the multiverse. That's fun. It can be cheap, but it's also fun if you do it right.
Yeah. And first thing that happens is pretty much I thought was a dumb joke with Johnny Storm, where it's like, oh, Deadpool's like, oh, he said, she seemed like interested to finally meet Johnny Storm. Like, oh, you've been around for a long time and I'm aware of you. And we're finally meeting and talking. And then Deadpool's like, he said mean things about you. And then she rips his flesh out and kills him. It's like, I'm okay with that death for him, I guess. That was a cool thing.
That was a cool shot because like
Cool
that's something
shot.
that you only think of like in The Boys would go.
Yeah,
like
that was a good fleshy shot. It's funny enough in Super Dead in Many Summers comic book, there's a similar thing where somebody rips off the flesh of somebody. It's like, oh shit, like that's a cool visual in a way. And so yeah, I'm fine with his death. I just am annoyed with the scene of just, oh look, he said all those things. It was just pointless to me. It was just Deadpool just going, he said all this, and then Johnny gets dead, and it's like, what was the point of that?
I just think it was an improv take, and so they just kept it.
Yeah, I just don't like that. Like, I'm okay again with Johnny's death. I just wish that it was based on something, not just a random, here we are, here's this part. Because then she just goes to them, and they're like, okay, oh, finally a Wolverine, and oh no, another Deadpool, and then flings Wolverine into the ground. I don't know. I'm not sure what I don't get what she wanted with him.
Yeah,
necessarily. She acted like she really wanted one, like a Wolverine, and then it's just like, well, I don't know. It's just one of those things again where motivation doesn't seem to be clear with a lot of people in this necessarily. It just kind of would it be that weird to just have people know what they want sometimes?
Yeah. So I'm reading over the plot on this is again on Wiki, so it's pretty general, not like deep weeds, but it says they fight and Johnny Storm are captured and sent to Cassandra Nova, whom Logan identifies as the twin sister of Charles Xavier. Upon arriving at the lair, she demonstrates her power to manipulate people's minds and explains her agreement with the TVA to stay in the void as a gang leader. She then kills Johnny and tries to puzzle away with the feeling of not being needed before Elias appears. Wade and Logan escape before Elias can consume them.
Right. Which I guess I like her, the visual of her hand going through their faces and heads. That's kind of creepy.
I think I'm just
imagery,
guessing.
sorta.
I'm guessing this is presented in comics that way, but actually seeing it like CGI, just I don't know. Maybe if it was like actually okay, Star Wars, everyone just slurps off. Ooh, practical. It's a real puppet. Like I hate that shit. I don't give a fuck. CGI is better if you put the effort in to make it like crisp. It's fucking better. CGI Yoda is better than stupid fucking puppet Yoda. Puppet Yoda is good in the original trilogy because it's a product of its time, and they did really well in that time. So yeah, that's where I'm at with like practical effects. But I appreciate practical effects when they're done seamlessly with like the CGI, kind of like to like church up the edges or whatever, for fights or dismemberment, what have you. I really feel like this would be something that you would get people that do stuff like The Thing you would get them to make this kind of like physical effect to be more
More
visceral
creepy. Yeah.
versus the CGI hand manipulating a face. It just felt like it's fucking fake, whatever. It was
No,
not
I got
wowing
you.
at all.
Well, no, I don't.
Versus
Yeah, I don't think it was wowing, but I mean, the visual is creepy, and I think that would have been even better. Yeah, like with practical effect, that would have been like really cool to nail.
yeah, like
Like fingers that are coming out of your face that are in your head, essentially. Like
you would have to
that's
film
creepy.
it physically. You'd have to film it something like the transformation of like Thriller or American Werewolf in London, which I've never seen, but I know some of the image of like the transformation and like the that was revolutionary and, for its time. Like I think that's how you would execute that kind of effect. That's my guess, and I think that's a good at least example of what I'm talking about. Of like that would be more visceral versus the CGI slop of just ooh, my hands are worms in your face, like
Right. But
whatever.
I guess I also like that it seems like she can't just enter your mind from anywhere. She has to touch you to get your mind. So she's powerful.
Like Jeffrey Epstein.
She's powerful, but she's not like as gifted as Xavier necessarily. She's got a lot of ability with her uh, telekinesis and stuff, but like Xavier would have the better mind powers by comparison,
Yeah.
essentially.
What's up, Keely Chang? He's bringing the beef. Appreciate it. Scrummy Wummy says it's Thriller, that movie where Michael Jackson transforms himself into a PDF file. Funny, but no. And I think I think they've exhausted the angle of calling him that. It's funny to be like, ha ha ha, Neverland Ranch, he's a whatever, but I think it's pretty self-evident given all the attempts to legally slander him or prove like there's been nothing. I think he's
And he's
vindicated.
weird. Most people have is that he's weird.
Yeah,
You're
he's a weird guy, but that's so it's like no, I'm totally fine with the PDF jokes. Just like Michael Jackson actually, it's funny before like all the investigations, all the deep dives, and nothing is coming. It's like we just had a documentary about Jared at Subway on HBO. So like pull it, Jared. I'm sure there's some more recent. Oh, there's that fucking trans from Mr. Beast.
There's Destiny or not Destiny, Doctor Disrespect.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, like, yeah, Michael Jackson. It's just like it's an old joke, and then the fact that like nothing's came to light with all of the attempts. It's like okay, like we can drop it now.
Yeah,
It's an old joke.
so
And
he was a weird feller. That's all we got, pretty much.
it was more of a werewolf joke.
I guess so. That's true.
Sure. Okay, I'll give you that,
I
but it's
got
just
you.
like
I got
I'm
you.
just like I'm actually kind of tired
But-
of the Michael Jackson pedophile jokes. Just like,
But anyway, so with this, yeah, I don't know. So the whole scene where they're meeting Cassandra, like I think that she's an okay like antagonist, but I don't know, something felt just missing.
I just don't get what her angle is.
I don't know what she wants. She's like, I want to be a god to people. It's like, okay,
She's like, well,
what is
here
that?
I can just do whatever I want and whatever. And it's like,
I don't know, it's one of those lame motivations. She's like,
it's like, okay, so like you're like a lame devil, like the whole appeal of like the devil archetype is like better to reign in hell than serve in heaven, And so it's like, okay, Anakin Skywalker, that's a great example of that overall narrative that has effect. This is just what the fuck are you getting out of this?
I'd actually be kind of more okay with like if she was like plucked out forcibly and shoved here and whatever, like against her will, and she's like she actually has like she's trying to be nice, but she's very powerful and has accidentally killed a bunch of people. Like she's so powerful, so that's why she's kind of stuck here and like placed here or something. And she like tries to be nice a lot, but ends up getting people hurt of some kind, just some type of thing where she's not
something like Frozen,
where she's not intentionally trying to kill everyone. It's just kind of happened on accident, but then she's got control over it. And if anything, she's the ruler of all these bad guys because, like that way, I don't know, maybe control the amount of death in this world
Negan.
or something. I don't know.
Maybe.
I'm trying to think of something interesting that isn't just I'm trying to rule people.
You know,
I'm evil. It's like,
sorry,
I'm so
it's
annoyed.
funny. It's funny when you're like wrestling, like I don't know what is it. I'm like, oh, Negan. Like that's the
I
perfect
know
example.
you're just
And
nailing characters that I haven't seen yet.
it's funny though because I recently just had this with buddy Kyle. He was like, I was talking about how like anime is gay or something. Like I just don't care really about like the art form, especially because the fans and stuff are weird. And he's talking about like, oh, this one thing is really cool because like, he's explaining the power. I'm like, oh, so Spider-Man. It's the spider sense. Like I was like, yeah. He was talking about it like it was like such like a profound thing to him, and it probably is because he's probably seen Spider-Man stuff, but just never like saw a
Yeah, I
connection.
know what you mean. Yeah,
And I'm
where
like,
it's
yeah, it's Spider-Man. I'm like, yeah, they did that like 60 years ago.
well, it's funny because anime, like American and Japanese, like comics and manga and anime cartoons take a lot of influence from each other.
Yeah.
So whichever they could have been influenced off of each other's ideas. Who knows how long? Like,
well, he was telling me about some of that. I think it's just like a new anime. Like I'm assuming within the last decade. So it's just like, yeah, everyone knows Spider-Man. So I don't. It's just kind of funny that you're saying this to explain to me. There's no idea, and then it's like, yeah, okay, whatever. Like,
yeah, it's another character.
Spider-Man's instantly cooler because I want to be Spider-Man. I don't want to watch anime. Like,
but do you see what I mean? Though with Cassandra, like I don't know what it is, but I just want something like Magneto was the bad guy, but he wasn't just I'm evil, I'm gonna get you all. He had like a goal and a purpose, trying to make things better for mutants. Essentially,
I'm Larry the Snail.
Exactly. And I don't know, her personality. So her personality was all like soft and sweet, sort of, but then she can rip your flesh off.
She does this weird like we're all mad here kind of Alice in Wonderland bit.
Kind of, but like, that to me is kind of played out as fuck as well. I don't know, like Harley Quinn, Alice from Batwoman, whatever. Like, just there's something about it that is off and that I wish was different. And I don't know.
I like what Scummy Wummy says here. Sorry, Scrummy Wummy. If I've said Scummy Wummy before and it wasn't that, it just the R and U just like really blend with all the.
Scummy rolls off better than Scrummy off the tongue.
Yeah. I enjoyed the movie simply because it was enough escapism and dumb jokes to help me forget about work. It did kind of look cheap. Deadpool 1 and 2 look more costly. All right, so yeah, I just recently, like the last 2 days, rewatched the Deadpool franchise, and I really like them. It's just like, especially the first one, so it's just a nice, fresh. It's like a John Wick of comic movies.
It's weird because that's like over 12 years ago, too. Deadpool 1. Wasn't it 2011?
8 years ago.
Wasn't it 2011 when it came out?
You might be thinking of Origins. But no, Deadpool came out in like 2016.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I really like both Deadpools, and yeah, they definitely consistently. I don't know. This is very mixed because there's like some sets where it's like, oh, they're really putting effort or locations, whatever. But then yeah, like the whole like actual close up fight at the lair looked really cheap. It's like an ugly mess, but again, that's like the Avengers Marvel style, like doing fights. They just get like a warehouse and like design it however they need to, and then it's just like green screen everywhere. So, I mean, you do have a location you've made to fight physically to some extent, but yeah, I don't know, it's just yeah. But I feel like I feel like we're going different places. So, yeah, no, the fight with the Deadpool core looked really shitty to me. It just breezed through everybody, and it's whatever. And it's like
they seriously could have just been putties from Power Rangers, and there'd be no difference, really. So.
Yeah, because you got like they make a point to show all these different Deadpools, even say some of their names, and then like none of them have an edge on Deadpool or Wolverine. None of them really stick out. As, like,
they should all be. They should all be an equal match, but then they're all just kind of equally lame.
Yeah, and it's just like, and then it turns out all but like the nice. I did like the nice Deadpool. That was funny for some reason to me. Like it's not smart or anything. It's just like it's funny. It's a nice contrast because we're watching Deadpool Prime and he's like potty mouth, sarcastic, and then you got like Nice Pool as like a contrast with like the same actor. It was funny. It's a nice counter, especially with Logan in the mix, and he's just like the straight man that hates everybody. And it's like, actually, this guy might be worse than you. Because like, you won't shut the fuck up. This guy is just like too happy. That's actually way more grating. I do hate, like, I've been around some church people that just have like this almost like fictional air of happiness, where it's like, yeah, I know you're like some Christian freak, whatever, and you got this weird glaze on your face and brain because your specific blend of this, but it's like the Bible's full of fucking wars and killing and subjugation, and Jesus kills himself for everybody on a cross, gets beat by sheep bone whips. Like, it's not really a like happy days story. Like, as annoying as it is, the whole like sorrowful monks and nuns, that's actually like way more in line with the tone of the story. So I really hate overly happy people. As much as like I think people probably think I'm like happy because like I just keep my mind busy at work. So like, even though the job sucks, I'm just kind of like smiling, getting through the day, because I might actually be listening to something on like a podcast and kind of laughing. Biggest problem, for instance. So I can pass the day on pretty well. So I don't know. It's kind of funny I'm saying this because I feel like people actually might think that of me. It's like, oh no. I love just depressing shit, but it's like I'm Squidward and SpongeBob at the same time.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it.
We're all Squidward. Like when I was at work at the steel job that the guy died at, he one of the jokes I had to get through the day was like, it was a Squidward thing. Oh yeah. It was it's the jellyfishing episode where it gets stabbed in the hand, where he's like mocking him. He's like,
Firmly grasp it.
Jellyfishing. Like he's mocking it. That's how I'd get through the day. Just like jellyfishing was the stand-in word for like task. Yeah, right. Of course I'm doing it, but like I'm being sarcastic,
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm very much a SpongeBob and Squidward. Like
you're the I'm ready, and then you're like, I really wish I weren't here right now button.
I've seen on dating profile someone use like a meme of that where it's like, I really wish someone was gagging you with their dick, or so they like memed it different, and it's just like, oh, like, that's funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, nice little tangent there. But yeah, no, I like Nice Pool in contrast with like Potty Mouth Deadpool Prime. That's why I like Nice Pool. If it was just Nice Pool and that was just the show, I'd be like, oh, what the fuck is this? But yeah,
to me, it just felt like another wasted time. I'm just like, we don't need him here. We don't need the dog here. We don't need these guys. No.
Oh no, but we get the payoff with him like being a shit car salesman at the beginning, and then he ends up getting a fucking minivan.
Yeah, that was a little funny, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just like, it's not like, oh, brilliant. It's just like, oh, that's nice. Like they actually kind of paid off like a dumb passive joke. Like, nice, they're having some consistency. I like that,
Yeah.
Rippaverse. Oh, we're still a ways away. We'll talk a little bit, but I don't know how long we'll stay up today, but we will touch on some Rippaverse after we get through Deadpool.
Yeah.
We're going in deep with these spoilers.
Oh yeah. And so they escape. Wolverine does something. I don't know what he does, and they rocket out of.
I think he found like a Hulkbuster leg. That's my guess. And somehow he just figured to keep kicking it.
Yeah, he made it work. They fly off, and then they meet Nice Pool, like you said, and the stupid dog, and
this is so weird. I hate movie dogs. Like, fucking House of Dragon. Rookie prepped me about a fucking dog. All right, I hate what I've talked about. This. How would I say this? Hitler. He, is of course the iconic 20th century bad guy, the epitome of evil in the modern consciousness. And he had this contrast of like, he did all of this murder, of course, of a certain tribe, supposedly, and Slavs, everybody else, including the war casualties that he's contributed to. And yet, he just did it very functionally, very passive, very like unfeeling. But then his dog dies, and it like wrecked him for like a week. And in comparison, I see our modern cultures like this, where it's like, oh my god, John Wick, like everyone relates to that. But then we have like mass abortion on demand. How many millions of babies have this country alone killed over this like half a century? And no one just like even the anti-abortion, like there's really no emotional investment in like these were people, like we've this is the greatest genocide on earth thus far. Like but oh my god, a fucking dog in a movie, like that contrast, that cognitive dissonance, that like really bothers me. So I just kind of instantly hate fucking dogs in movies now. And so it's weird that I'm watching this and I'm like, oh, it's a stupid dog. This is fun. Like, yeah, dogs are cute. He's an ugly dog, stupid tongue. Like, this is funny. And then Rookie's like, I fucking hate this dog. I'm like, what?
Because to me, I'm just like, okay, the point is it's a cute dog, and it's in a little Deadpool outfit. Like they literally have like slow motion of the dog running towards him, and then he's like, "Oh, you dog, the baby voice talking to the dog, and he's picking up the dog, and then he lets the dog lick his face, and we're like spending so much time in the movie with the fucking dog, and I'm just like, can you move the fuck on? This is so irrelevant.
I think it's nice to see like Deadpool's a joker, and then he breaks the fourth wall out, making jokes that are self-depreciating, depreciating of the fucking studio that's making them, etc., depreciating like competition with like DC. But then like just his character is a fucking mercenary. He's like a cold-blooded killer for money, and he's like enjoys it. It's not even like, let me be functional and efficient. It's like, let me be gratuitous with my slaughtering of whoever's on the list, And so it's a nice contrast to see like, oh, but he loves puppies, when he's kind of like heartless. It's kind of like Hellboy with kittens. It's like, oh, it's a fucking demon freak. He loves kittens.
How much screen time do the kittens take up? Not much. So I feel like that's the difference.
I don't know.
I feel like they spent an excessive amount of time
No.
with the dogs, dialogue, and everything.
I agree about the time, but it's just like, okay, like I accept it.
And they do it 3 times with the dog, not just the one time, and not just a second, 3 times. I'm just like,
oh, you know what? Hey, Baby Yoda,
kill it.
You got a Baby Yoda wherever you can.
It would have been great if like George Floyd ran over the dog or something.
Floyd Pool. Floyd Pool. I love this idea. Thank you.
That would have been a lot better, a lot more ballsy on their part, I think, Disney.
Oh man, if they made a fucking George Floyd, woo.
Why is he crawling on the ground with his neck on the floor? Oh well, we don't talk about that.
No, it's like just don't. It's like just please, for the love of God, no one say his weak point. Like, you talking about my neck, cracker?
Hold on, I got a call from work. Continue.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Somebody's not closed yet.
Yeah,
all right, let me address some of these chats. Scrummy Wummy says Miller and Leish are on a different level to Levy in terms of action directing. Yes, I agree. Yeah, so I don't know. Like, I really appreciate this movie. Like I said earlier in the show, I rank Endgame as like the greatest film of all time. Not like my taste, it's not my favorite. I really do like it though. But technically and tying all the storylines together succinctly, the just executing this film, the expectation of the film and the crescendo, sticking the landing with the narrative you've built, interconnected universe, just everything technical about creating that movie. That's why I give it 9.8. Actual, like, if I was trying to be like a kind of objective score quality, like, no, it's like a 7. It's really good. It's got a lot of things. Honestly, it could have been a longer movie, but yeah. So like, given everything on the shoulders of these creatives with Deadpool, Wolverine, yeah, I gave it like a 9.3. I think it's one of the best films ever made for all the stature. We're crossing uncharted territory you know. So this is a step in the right direction. This is kind of like Dark Knight territory of just like, hey, you know what? The last like 5 years it's not working for us. Besides Loki having like a soft success. Let's just fucking, or let's not PG-13 Deadpool. Let's just go full bore with what he is. Let's test the water to see what we can do, being a fully adult film. And yeah, it's really good. But yeah, the action. I think that first fight, Deadpool and Wolverine, Hell's Bells, I think that's pretty good spectacle with technical work and all that. Even though the characters aren't going to like die from it, it just felt visceral. And then the rest of the fights felt so like Chitauri with Thanos, you know, like in Avengers, they're just fodder on screen. It means nothing. That was annoying. So yeah, Ladypool, Deadpool. You see in the credits, she never takes off her mask, but it's Blake Lively, which is Ryan Reynolds' actual wife. That was my instant assumption. I just wish they would have actually like did like a wink to the audience of like her taking her mask off, maybe in credit of them making out or something. I don't know. Because like Deadpool and Deadpool relations, but also actual couple. So, Scrummy Mummy is supposed to be both annoying and hard to say. Huh. I think it was a Sentinel leg. Oh, okay. See, okay, that's interesting. Have we? Well, the only Sentinels we've seen, if I'm not mistaken, is I think you've seen like the prototype. Oh, okay, fuck. Okay, let me look at Google Images real quick. X-Men Days of Future Past. Sentinel. I know we got like the future Sentinels that can like shapeshift, but I want to see the like 70s Sentinels if they have. Let me zoom in on this. Let me examine this. I feel pretty confident it was a Hulkbuster leg. Just waiting for this to load so I can. Come on. All right, so the Sentinel 2, which Magneto manipulated. I don't know. This doesn't look. It looks way more like a Hulkbuster leg from Age of Ultron. I feel I'm right on this one. Heil Dogler. Yeah, no, well, it's cute because it's so hideous. And it's just like, oh, look at your stupid face. You can't even keep your tongue in your mouth. He's trying to get you to give him change for fake bills. Oh, okay, that's funny. Speaking of which, I can't wait for the Cowboys' knee to be on the neck of the rest of the NFC. That's a good, well-timed joke. But no, I think Eagles will maintain their supremacy. The Cowboys will, of course, continue to disappoint you. They'll get your hopes up. We dumb boys. And then, oh, look, you're not. It's all a lie. The rest of your life as a Cowboys fan is misery, always coming short of any success. And I will laugh. Scrummy Mommy, I want to show you how what the movie relating to it looking cheap is. I live in the UK, and for a lot of the movie, it looked like they were just walking or driving in the countryside. Yeah, I saw the credits for like New Zealand and Canada mostly, so I guess. Hold on. Why would Wolverine know how to Jimmy rig a Hulkbuster leg? They get their power from an arc reactor. I'm trying to think. Because wait, when did Iron Man get his? When did he get the arc reactor out of his chest?
Okay, I'm back.
Hey, Ricky, when did so we're having a conversation here. I think Logan activated the Hulk. I think he activated a variant Hulkbuster leg. Scrummy Woman thinks it's a Sentinel leg, but when I looked at, we've only seen two versions of the Sentinels in the movies, and one is like the shapeshifter version in the future, and then the other one is the one in the 80s that Magneto rewires to target humans. And I'm looking at the leg of it. It doesn't look like the leg that Logan rides. So
I don't know.
But anyway,
I have to see all the images again. I don't know.
No, I mean you make a great point, but also to counter you though, Scrummy Wummy, is that Logan talks about like fuck the Avengers. He says like, "Oh, Deadpool, you can't make it. And the Avengers or even the X-Men, we take anybody." So it's like he's aware of the Avengers in his world, and so maybe it's not. I don't know. You start assuming, given the iterations of Wolverine specifically, like he's a character that intersperses the Avengers and the X-Men and X-Force. So, not a real possibility that version has interacted with the Hulkbuster for trying to like split hairs.
No, you said he kicked it and got it to work, so I don't know. I don't know what they're specifically going for with that.
Is when they're leaving the layer.
Yeah, like I don't know what they're trying to. I don't think whatever it was. I don't know. Like they rocketed out of there. That's one of the only times where I'm like, yeah, I don't care. They did whatever. I was more annoyed with that scene anyway. I'm just glad they got out of there because I wanted them to do something else than what they were doing. The scene just I feel like there's milling around.
So okay, so
finally leaving.
Following their escape, Logan and Wade meet a variant of Wade, Nice Pool. I know Ricky's just like,
yeah, I don't know. I was just to me, it's just Ryan Reynolds. Like I like Ryan Reynolds, I really do, but like there's like some sort of super meta thing with him that I don't know. I was just annoyed to see the Nice Pool. I'm like, I don't know. It's him as Deadpool and all that and whatever. Okay, but then it's like, no, I'm the nice Deadpool, and it's like, I don't know, man. I'm getting kind of annoyed with this. Let's go. It just felt like we were stalling for time or something. I don't know. That's what he and the dog felt like to me, especially combined. I feel like they're stalling for time, and I'm like, we don't need filler here. Like, let's go.
Yeah.
Wait. All he does is set up that there's he tells them where the people are, and then now Johnny did, I guess. He tells them that there's other Deadpools here, and I guess he gives them a car, gives them his car to pay off the joke from before, but
to Rook, it was just his favorite leg at the time.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, exactly. Well, honestly, I just thought it was a rocket that was just around. I didn't even know it was a foot. I thought it was just a rocket.
Yeah, it looks very much like the Hulkbuster leg. Let me see. All right, so following escape, they meet Nice Pool, gives them a car so that they can travel to the Void's borderlands to join the resistance against Nova and her forces. But Logan chastises Wade for hiding the fact that he's unable to fix Logan's timeline. So yeah, the whole thing is he's telling Logan like, "Hey, if we like do this, the TVA can fix your timeline." And then he kind of offhand on accident says like, "If they can," and he's like, "What the fuck?" He's saying if. And that's like the first time you get like a really visceral close-up shot of Logan having like a fucking diatribe against him. It's so good. Like, I wonder what the headspace is for Hugh Jackman to like be Logan.
See, so this was to me a better cause for their fight and a better fight scene compared to their first fight, which was just, I don't like that I'm here now. When he seemed to already not give a shit about anything anyway from where he was. Like, what would it matter if he went back to the world that he let down? Because he was just drinking and not doing anything. So he got sent to a void. It's like, oh, it's home. Who cares? But here is like, okay, you have a chance. You're being told you have a chance to change it and do good. And then you're told, it was actually, I don't even know really. and then it's like, oh, and this dude who I've been putting up with to do all this. And like, okay, yeah, this is like a more make sense fight, and I like that it's in a car in the woods rather than just in the desert with like everything else usually is. So
yeah, no, it was pretty creative fight. I think just stuck in a car mostly. It's like,
yeah, that
this
was
is weird. But okay,
to me that fight felt better. And then they played Hell's Bells like we were saying before, but we were both annoyed because they were like, it was undercut.
Sorry, you're mixing these scenes up. I can't remember what song they played during the car fight. But no, Hell's Bells was in the fight where he keeps shooting him and shit. He's kicking up the fucking magazines into his weapon and stabbing him. He's like tiny knife, and then that's when Johnny Storm comes into the story. Didn't forget.
I think you have it mixed up.
No, fucking. How much you want to bet? Go back to the theater and watch. And you're gonna owe me whatever you want to bet.
$1.
Oh, come on, have some balls, Ricky.
That's a fair bet.
No, come on, up the ante. We won't bet.
Okay, we can watch your stupid fucking Medea movie.
Well, that's already like a playoff thing, so
not anytime soon.
All right, so
I think the Hell's Bells plays. Was what song plays during their fight in the car?
Not Hell's Bells, because like Hell's Bells, they start chiming, and then like he makes the point looking at the fucking 20th century logo, and then they have their fucking samurai fight with the swords and shit.
Well, he bashes his head on the radio. Like what comes up?
Let me look up the soundtrack. Deadpool Wolverine soundtrack. Only Want to Be With You. That was the one earlier with like the gay guy that had the hots for Wolverine.
Right. Like in the TVA.
Let's see. What the fuck is this shit? I'm looking up the soundtrack, and I guess it's like what you can buy. And Hell's Bells isn't on it. Like everything else is.
What?
Right. So it's like, what the fuck? How did you get the
why
rights?
isn't Hell's Bells near the top?
See what like they have like this is the other weird thing is like if you're thinking, oh, Marvel, this is what like.
Do they buy on there?
Yeah, they bye.
Fucking, of course they do.
But no, this is what's annoying is like Iron Man 2 is an AC/DC album. It's like their second greatest hits album after Who Made Who.
Well, even the first one had.
So that is a Marvel product.
AC/DC is actually tied with Marvel quite a bit with Back in Black. That's like one of the first music.
That's the first
things of
scene
music
in Iron
we
Man.
hear.
That's first scene Iron Man. He start coming in to like the desert, and he's got the fucking radio. It's just kind of setting the mood.
Well,
like
and the song itself is, the I am Iron Man.
That's Black Sabbath.
Fuck, I was getting wrong.
Idiot.
Damn it! No, my brain went to trailers or something where I think they were playing that. So never mind. My brain went monkey for a minute.
I'm just thinking how funny it'd actually be to hear AC/DC sing Iron Man because like I am Iron Man. Are you ready?
I'd listen to it. It sounds like all their other songs, and it's good.
Let's be honest. This movie, it has the most plot convenience of any movie, bar a Zucker Bros film. Zucker Bros. Who the fuck's that? Cost you more money to think about making that bet than to bet $1. Shut up. Oh, I'm just like, oh, please, God, fucking put your money where your mouth is, rookie, because I'm gonna own your ass.
Well, for all I know, you're right, but you can't. What was the song that was playing during this scene? Then, like, this was one of those better fight scenes.
Okay,
when they were fighting.
If it's,
before,
let me see if it's out anywhere.
I don't remember. I don't remember the fight grabbing my attention as much in the desert. I don't think Hell's Bells was playing at that point.
Scene. Let me see. So I'm not finding on YouTube yet. They do have the the Cavalrine already up.
I don't think they'll have what we're looking for specifically.
It might be on Twitter though, so I was just checking on YouTube first, but it's probably on Twitter.
But then again, it is one of their fight scenes, so you'd think
Deadpool,
that would actually be one of the most looked up things.
Car scene. Avril Lavigne's "I'm With You."
That's what plays during that.
There's a couple of songs that intersperse because he hits his head on the radio, but
did they play Hell's Bells in the other scene?
We already know. We already fucking know. Let me see. Deadpool, Hells Bells. Oh, okay. Fucking, I'll screen share this so you fucking know. You bitch.
if it is in that scene, then that's fine. I can take an L.
Get away from this soundtrack, you bitch. Try to channel Ripley.
There you going for Will Smith for a sec.
Wait, what Will Smith?
Keep your hands out. Fucking
Oh.
keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth.
I was hoping to be like some obscure movie that has like no relation to like the tone.
just denied from After Earth.
All right, so look at this. I'll look up Deadpool Hell's Bells. What do we got here? What do we got here? Fuck. I was hoping it would do the like autoplay little. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Woo-hoo-hoo. Gotcha, bitch. Loser. Who? Here.
Well, I guess I owe you $1. I'll mail you $1.
It almost costs $1 to mail it.
I'll super chat you $1. I'll tape it on your house.
Prison transport scene in Deadpool 2 over anything in Deadpool Wolverine. I guess I don't know. So I watched like 30 minutes Deadpool 2 and I passed out in my chair because I just had like 2 hours sleep the night before. So first day back at work, so fucking done. Once I got to like 10. Final Deadpool act. No, the Deadpool 1 final act feels just very even though Deadpool is like retarded because he's immortal, so none of it really matters for him. He's got to. It's like Superman or Wolverine. He's got to save the expendable people, so that's like the stakes.
His girlfriend was the one.
Yeah. And pretty. I mean, even Colossus, given Days of Future Past, you see him get ripped in half by the fucking Sentinels. So it's like he's an expendable character, potentially with the right foe. So, yeah, like the stakes are with the girlfriend and the revenge plot with the guy that made him.
And that was his whole motivation to survive, essentially, too. In the
first
place,
and so. But the actual shit, like there's some fun with like Carano, like is fun in that small role, even though like I kind of hate her now. Like she's fine in the role, it's fun.
She loses her top, and he's like, "Oh, well, excuse me, ma'am." She's like, "Oh,
yeah, no, it's like it's a nice little comedy bit where it's like, "Oh, you're
yeah.
such a gentleman," then pow, dick shot,
pow, right in the kisser.
Yeah, but no, I like it. Just looks like fucking slop. It's ugly. It's all the whole movie's like ugly gray blue. Deadpool is an ugly fucking movie. Like I really like it, but it's like ugly to look at.
If there's one thing to improve, the visuals would be up there.
I really wish movies would be more like fucking Thor Ragnarok or Avengers, like colorful.
Yeah, I feel like Avengers had the right tone because there was a lot of gray and black in it too, but it was well balanced. With
Age of Ultron was more ugly with like the gray. But
they still had a lot of color.
It makes sense. It makes sense for the setting to be drab because it's like a city becoming rubble with robots, and they're making the city an asteroid to destroy the Earth. So it all makes sense. Versus, Infinity War and Endgame. I love those movies, but they're fucking ugly.
Yeah, that is an issue. A lot. Well, I feel like that's the last thing they can think of because there's all these other elements they have to nail, and they keep on tearing apart their own scripts as they film it and stuff. So,
Scummy Woman says you kiss people with your dick, Rook.
I guess so. Yeah, I'm pretty dirty, I guess. Yep. When I agree,
I do get a fucking kick when like fucking they wake up on the magnet, and then Wade says some shit. And then, or he's like, it's like, not all of you was asleep.
Right.
and then Wolverine gets fucking pissed and pulls his claws out. And he's like, oh, like, the fucking tip. Like,
yeah, that's pretty funny. Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, I thought he was going to escape at that time, but he didn't. He just did that to Wade. That's pretty good. But
Yeah,
no,
it's just like for me, it was just a lot of funny little small moments like that. It's just like fucking fun. Okay, so it was a heap of cameos and it was good. It was just a nice fucking fresh moment for MCU and harmonizing the X-Men mutant potential for the MCU and Loki with the TVA. So it was a nice scope film. It was very aware of the scope to start playing with all the properties. So like that's the fun of this, and with the Deadpool humor, and then the fucking raunchiness and the grit and stuff of like Logan. Just a good overall package. Just a fun escapism. Uh, you could argue the stakes aren't really there besides like for Logan really with his timeline, but it's fucking really good. I gave it 8 out of 10. Ricky gives it a 5 out of 10. But technically, Stray Beans, given the stature of like managing this property, harmonizing it and stuff, and all the moving parts and the like, will they, won't they go like more adult with family friendly Marvel? Just all of that in the mix, I give this like a 9.3, like technically. It's a second highest rated film I have before Endgame at the top with a 9.8. Technically, but yeah, actual just my opinion, 8 out of 10.
yeah, I'll see where I land after the end of our discussion. But I feel like I'm pretty solid where I'm at so far.
Question for everyone who saw it. Did your theater audience laugh at the jokes about how shit Phase 4 was? Some of the jokes people laughed at.
Yeah, same with mine. I feel like a lot of them went over their heads. So
yeah, well, okay, that's the other thing too. Like, so, like, there's definitely a mix of people that were like, I heard people like, "Oh, Toad," and I'm like, dude, I love the X-Men saga, not just the trilogy, but the saga of X-Men. I actually like Origins better than the Wolverine, just to like give you full like my like of this franchise. And I'm watching this, not deep in the comics, but I really love these movies. And then I hear a guy, "Oh, Toad," and I'm just like, no one.
Well, it's not even Ray Park Toad; it's just Toad.
I'm just thinking, like, dude, it's one thing to be like, "Oh my god, it's fucking Blade!"
No,
and like, I think some people kind of clapped when Blade came.
This would have been hilarious instead of having Toad there if they had Darth Maul, because Ray Park played Toad and Darth Maul.
Oh, right, and it's Disney now, so
that'd be kind of funny.
Well, that'd be funny because fucking Deadpool be like, "Dude, what the, dude, wrong French, get the fuck out of here, dude. Go back to the changing room."
It'd be funny as shit. You already died a million times in your world, but whatever. Doesn't mean you can come here to mine, okay?
Well, no, that'd be funny. It's like, you know what? Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll save that franchise too. God, do I not? Do I not have a fucking
you're
on
next.
my shoulders?
We have to do one step at a time, okay? I gotta do mine first, and we'll see if we can do yours next. Okay?
Yeah, that whole like Ryan Reynolds Deadpool humor, that would have been perfect to like fucking slip Ray Park Mall on screen again, and then be like, "Oh no, go," and he's like waiting. It's like, all right, just fucking give him a second.
Yeah.
Okay,
hold
Toad,
on.
there you go. Right, fucking franchise. It. Thank you. All right, where were we? Like,
yeah, that'd be better than like Toad. Sorry.
Well, the other thing too is like the Toad really stands out. If you're gonna like have him cameo, you got to have Storm, because she has that cringe line. It's like, it happens to a toad when lightning strikes it. The same thing that happens to everything else. Like,
such an Eric July line.
No, like that's what she did in Yaira. Like, I give them credit. I think they're trying to reference. There's like a line. Oh, it's about the fucking steel bar shit. It's like, you know what happens to steel when it's frozen? It goes from ductile to brittle or whatever. Like,
you know what? You know what happens?
I think they were trying to reference Storm there and be tongue in cheek, and I appreciate that. But it's like this whole book is so fucking lame thus far. It's like, no, you can't reference a lame scene in an iconic movie.
You know what happens when I put my hand on stove? It hurts. Yes.
Halle Berry should have been cheap enough. You're right. Yeah, she got divorced recently. She's paying the husband alimony, so she could use a paycheck.
See, I think it would have been funny for some of these cameos to be actors that aren't them, like if Jennifer Lopez was or
Tracy Morgan
or
as
Angelina Jolie
Xavier.
was, yeah, like or like Angelina Jolie as Electra or something.
Oh, I
It's
got
like,
a good one
what?
for you. I got a good spicy one for you. Drake Bell as Spider-Man.
Oh yeah, that'd be good.
Because he played the Dragonfly in superhero movie, and then now he's I guess a pedophile. So that would have been spicy.
I don't know why that's so funny.
I never like I didn't even say that.
Like,
I said it to be like
there's an Avengers of PDF files these days. Jesus.
well, like
now.
I said
But,
that just to be tongue in cheek. It's more fun meant to be funny for like the audience, but then Rookie, like I never know. Like if I try to be purposely funny, it's just kind of like whatever. But then I'll just say something kind of passively like sly, and then Rookie fucking dies, and I'm like, fuck. Okay, I guess that was funny.
Drake Bell is Spider-Man, and he's also a pedophile. Well, because I imagine him in like the Dragonfly, and he's like a boy. He's a young man. So it's like he's diddling kids. It's like, oh no, that young child is diddling.
Well, especially because Deadpool makes like he kept the when he says something about like the Boy Scouts or whatever, but he makes like a molester joke. Like he's done that before in the other Deadpool movies. Because like he grabs like Colossus's crotch, and then he says like Scoutmaster Kevin.
Scummy's like, oh, you can do jokes, but I can't.
Hey, the Drake Bell thing's recent. That's why fucking Michael Jackson jokes have been around since before Scary Movie 3.
It's an old one, yeah.
It's tired, you know. Like Epstein is an eternal meme because of the political background to his death. And so he's got like a lot of weight that is eternal with his, and then Jared, because he was like everyone loved the Subway guy. He was inspirational, and then he used his celebrity to be a pedophile internationally.
Right.
Michael Jackson never was proven anything, and now he's dead. He's been dead for going on 20 years now. Nothing's came about any investigation. It's just annoying now.
If anything, something that would have been kind of funny for the Fantastic Four, if they had the DCEU characters as the Fantastic Four. You have Gal Gadot as Sue Storm, and you have Henry Cavill as Reed Richards. You have the black guy as the Thing or something.
Cryborg?
Yeah, or something. I don't know.
And
you have Ezra Miller as Johnny Storm or something. It's like, oh no, look that's a scruply dupe that's dumped here or something. I don't know. That'd be kind of funny.
I really like the idea of having fucking Tracy Morgan as Xavier.
He was in
because he's in a superhero movie.
He was in the same movie. Yeah, he's in that one.
Yeah, or get Carmen Electra as Mystique.
Yes.
Well, wait, it was Sue Storm was Pam Anderson.
Right.
So yeah, that'd be funny to like cameo parody versions.
That'd be good.
Oh, you know what'd be a really spicy one? Get Kenzie Taylor, who did the porn parody of Captain Marvel.
Oh yes, porn parody ones in the MCU. That'd be even better with the raunchiness of Deadpool. So
I mean, they literally have like a fisting jerk off joke at the starting credits when he's fighting the TVA. He gets at the beginning, to catch all up, he's trying to get a Logan. He's trying to get Wolverine. And so he goes to dig up Logan from the movie Logan, his his graveyard. And then he digs him up and he's like, oh, fuck, he's actually fucking dead. Like, he's shitting me. So then he's just sitting there playing with his fucking skeleton. And then TVA comes and he uses the skeleton to kill all these fuckers very gratuitously and bloody. And at one point, he like wears the claws, and then like he ends up stabbing one guy in the ass, another guy in the crotch, and he keeps like jerking them back and forth for a minute. And I was like, oh, okay, like we're really going for it. Awesome. Let me see. Drake the Rapper is Colossus and Elliot. We were talking about that. Get Elliot Page as Kitty Pryde as Mr. Pride.
Yes, Mr. Pride.
You know,
A lot of good jokes would happen with that.
yeah. Like I think Ryan Reynolds and them would be down, but it's like Ellen Page is Elliot. What? Fuck, I misgendered it. Sorry. He I don't think would play ball with that.
Probably not.
Or you could play it straight and be like, "Oh, I'm like another timeline Pride." Or I don't know. Like you could play it straight and still like it'd be funny because like, well, that was a girl before. Joke about actor nobody. It's heard of being a pedophile is way funnier. I conceded. Deadpool and Wolverine is rated a 15 here, so the maximum we have is 18. I guess there's a big gap between R and X rated. Oh yeah, X rated is like
it's like super
sexual. I think they gave the Marilyn Monroe movie on Netflix. I think that was like an X rated film. I don't think
X has more to do with sexual stuff, and then R is more violence.
Yeah. R is just like, yes, too violent. Or The King's Speech is a rated R film. And all the reasons rated R because he says fuck a lot because he's got a speech impediment. And so kind of like Sam Jackson in real life, this guy that I guess is a historical reality. He has speech impediment. So part of like overcoming that was cursing. And so he says fuck gratuitously in part of the film to like get in line, speaking fluently. Yeah, that's a strange rated R film because it's really just an inspirational or orator film, but it's rated R. So
yep. Yeah. So anyway, they had their fight, which we both think was pretty good.
Yeah, the car fight,
and they pretty much do it until evening, and Wolverine wraps Deadpool up so he can sleep. Because the fight was just going to go on forever, essentially. I feel like that was the joke, was that they can't kill each other. So how do you end the fight? And I assume that's X-23's boot they show that drives them back to their base, I guess.
Yeah. So let me read this paragraph. It says, following their escape, Logan and Wade meet a variant of Wade. Nice pull. Let's see, read that. Arriving at the Borderlands, Wade and Logan meet the Resistance members, Elektra, Blade, Gambit, and Laura. So yeah, Elektra is Jennifer Garner, Blade is Wesley Snipes, Gambit is fucking Channing Tatum, and he does like a very unintelligible Cajun French thing, and it's annoying. And then also Laura X-23 from Logan, Daphne Keene, and they're nicknamed the Others by Wade. The Others want to team up with Wade and Logan to fight Nova. They actually got this wrong. Deadpool like convinces them to join.
Yeah,
there's a lot of good jokes to that, like especially like when he's like pumping them up and they're talking about like, yeah, we never had a chance to even fight for our universe, we just got plucked here, and he's like, let's fucking go, let's fucking, they're like, yeah, let's fucking go, and then like Deadpool, Wolverine's like, you're all gonna fucking die, and he's like, dude, read the fucking room.
Yeah,
such a fucking downer. It's good. That's good.
Yeah, it was good.
A lot of good like energy in that scene.
Yeah.
But yeah, so then they take the minivan to storm the Ant-Man lair of Cassandra Nova.
Yeah, which honestly, this part to me was where it was kind of dumb. They're just like, let's just storm the castle. And it's like, that's your... I mean, I don't know, with all the time, with
first of all, you have Cassandra by herself, and it's like, how the fuck are any of y'all gonna match her?
Like none of them seemed to discuss anything. That was kind of, they said, yeah, get Juggernaut's helmet, sure. But then it's like, okay, so like, what are you going to do? Which again comes into, do they know anything about the people here, the power sets they're dealing with? Or is it all just totally blind? They just have been here this whole time and they don't know anything.
Oh, yeah. So if you don't know, I think part of... so Juggernaut's supposed to be like a brother. I don't know if he's like a stepbrother, but he's like a brother in some regard of Xavier in the comics. And I'm not sure when this came into the storyline, overarching canon of Juggernaut, but his part of his power, he is a mutant, but part of his power is tied to, I think, the Reality Stone. And so wrapping him into Marvel MCU proper is also like, He didn't do anything with Juggernaut. What the fuck? Besides his helmet. His helmet's a MacGuffin for this little sequence. And it's just like, because Magneto, there was Magneto, and Cassandra like destroyed his helmet. So they're like, well, Juggernaut's helmet will work. So that's what they got to get. So the fight is really a distraction so they can sneak in and then apprehend her to then send them to the right universe they want to go to. And they're also trying to avoid Eliath eating them. And we get a good scene with Logan, with her peering into his brain and trying to manipulate him. That was good.
Well, I guess before that, so I guess before they go on their trip though to face them, Logan's by himself because he's not ready to.
Oh right,
he doesn't want to join them. He doesn't want to join them at all. And Laura approaches him and says like, yeah, you're the one that comes and saves people even though you don't want to and stuff. And he's like, yeah, well, here's what happened with mine. I walked away, and she's like, well, this is what we're doing, and you can help, and pretty much convinces him to tag along. And but they don't know it yet, but he's like hanging out in the trunk, probably fell asleep in the trunk, honestly. It's like coincidence. That's my guess, honestly.
Yeah, it feels like he probably just passed out in the back, and then like they get there and he's like, oh, I guess
I'm already here, so whatever, fuck it. That's my guess. And and so I hated this scene because they all get out of the car slowly. They show that the enemy has like guns and lasers and all these different weapons pointed at them, and all these different people with powers. His Zazel, the like teleporting guy, all these different people.
Nothing with the Zazel.
All these people, and the Juggernaut alone, without his helmet, even is supposed to be really strong. And so then it's just like they have this stupid pose. They're not even posing really; they're standing together in a line, and it's like, yes, they're doing one of those like poses that they mock or make fun of, sort of. Yes, here we are, but then they're like, all right, you guys go get her. We'll deal with things out here. And then I'm like, you're all just going to get killed because like only Blade, I guess, would survive because he's a vampire. The rest of y'all are just going to get shot and killed because y'all.
Oh, shit. I didn't even think about that.
Elektra ain't immortal, and neither is Gambit. So they would be fucked. And no, I guess Laura would be fine, but still.
No, when you said Blade, I totally forgot about. Like, I understand he's a vampire, but I forget that he's like half vampire. And so. Or wait, is he just? I guess he's full vampire from like the blood from his mother when he's born.
Half vampire. He's half. That's why he can be a daywalker.
Okay.
He's not like affected by the weaknesses of vampires.
So yeah, I guess he can be immortal. I didn't think about that. I always watch him as a guy that is challenging vampires and has like an in, like because he's like half. I don't know like how that ranks to a full. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean he has more advantages because he can walk in the daylight and can't be destroyed by light-based things. I think that he still has some weaknesses that they do, but it's usually more.
Yeah, because he bites. Doesn't he bite the girl? Like she gives up her blood for him to like power up or whatever. In the first one. Yeah. So that's why I'm like, I totally forgot about. Because he gets stabbed, and I'm like, oh no, they killed Wesley Snipes' Blade. Ah, man.
No, but it's like, but Elektra, she is a human, like full-on human. She has no powers. Gambit is a stupid mutant, but I don't think he has any like invulnerability, regenerative bullshit. He's just a weird dude who has like powerful cards, I guess. I don't know. I don't get him. And Laura, she's like a Wolverine, so I guess she'd be okay. But again, like she's fighting when you're fighting like the Juggernaut and all these other types of creatures that can do a lot of damage to you. It's like, well, you're just. I don't know. How much are you going to be able to do? And they have like laser guns and other. I don't know. It just so I hated this whole setup, and they seem to take a while to actually fight. The enemies are just like watching them, and I'm like, okay, if this was like, and
they have Psylocke. They just like shoehorn in Psylocke in like a distant shot, and it's like she's got pretty crazy power. What the fuck?
Well, and then so like you were saying, so we cut back and forth a little bit between they're fighting the bad guys out here, and Wolverine and Deadpool go inside to fight Nova. But whenever they're fighting outside and doing anything to any of these other mutants, it's just pointless. There's no real personal touches to any of it. It's just they kicked and punched and slashed here and there, right? And that's them. Isn't that what you want to see? And it's like it just feels meaningless in surface level because there's nothing personal about it. It's just like you said, the mutants could have been swapped out with the Chitauri. They could have been swapped out with the Putty Patrol, with anything, and it doesn't change the meaning, which is a problem to me because we don't get anything more really with the characters. So this was it for them. That was it.
All right, so I looked up since Scrummy Wummy said something. I found like a synopsis about Juggernaut's powers. This one chunk says Juggernaut's original mutation also gives him superhuman durability, making him bulletproof and able to survive falls from great heights and powerful energy blasts. However, opponents with enough physical or mystical strength can redirect Juggernaut's unstoppable movement against him, trapping him in a position with no escape. I don't quite understand. I need like a visual.
I think they mean if there's no momentum, then he can't do much.
So he's just frozen, I guess.
I guess. I mean, I assume like what Kitty Pryde did would be a version of that, but he was able to break out of the flooring and stuff. So I don't know.
For example, the Hulk and his son Scar have done this physically, and Thor has done it mystically with Mjolnir. Yeah.
It tells me he's been overpowered and he's been like a thing that he can't lift. He can't lift, so he's stuck. So
yeah, they slice his fucking X-23 slices his fucking Achilles, which is pretty sick. I was like, oh fuck, like that kind of injury, like that fucking bothers me. I'm like, ugh. But I was like, finally, like a wound of like that matters. It's like, ooh, that was everything's just like pew pew pew. It's like the Chitauri and Avengers, like, oh, this doesn't really matter.
Yeah, this was like a good blow to a character that has super strength, essentially. So yeah, that was okay. But yeah, ultimately this fight was pretty lame.
Also, I feel like it's lame because like, oh, we never got to fight, and then it's like, oh, hey, fucking Nova did a sling ring portal, and then no one else seems to even try it. They just like
they're
stuck in the wasteland. I'm like,
they're just like, well, they're gonna be gone now, whatever. And it's like, oh,
well, it's like this fight should matter to you. To like, you think it'd at least be a fucking way to like open in their story, for like future potential just intrigue of fans, you know?
Yeah.
Like, oh, maybe Jennifer Garner will cross into like a Daredevil Netflix, you know, Charlie Cox.
Yes, having this be their end isn't much better to me than the original ends. It's I understand that it may feel like it is like it means more, but it really
you
doesn't.
Get Wesley Snipes back and you don't leave it open ended. Like they're in the void, so it still is open ended, I guess, for them to pluck them back out. But it's like you think they like set them back, kind of like No Way Home, where you like put them back in their universe, and or put them in a different universe, like Across the Spider-Verse, and we get the potential, at least a Easter egg like cameo of like Blade versus Blade.
Blade seems too determined to accept death, so I don't like his resignation that he's going to die here. Exactly. I mean, maybe they're like, oh, he's accepted it, whatever. I don't know.
They're saying this is a respectable farewell to the Fox X-Men verse, but they're also like, let's recast all the actors except Jackman. Yeah, no, I get. Yeah, I totally don't like that. Like, Fassbender should just be Magneto Eternal. He's definitely young enough to keep being Magneto. Great presence. There's no need to recast him except for like if he just doesn't want to come back. But I feel like not having to compete with Disney and just being in the like full scope Marvel potential for films and action and whatnot, like get these guys back. Well, also they did the cameo in the Marvels with Kelsey Grammer as Beast, so I think
they'll literally forget about that. Like, oh, we did that.
It's just like these mixed messages, you know.
Yeah,
that's what's annoying. It's like, you know, Jackman is the Wolverine. I think you have to go X-23 for like character for future stuff because Jackman is the role. You can recast him, but he has to be just like the physical background character, and X-23 is the like talking character.
Oh, well, hold on, wait. So this actually doesn't matter any of this because they're all okay at the end. Because he's chatting with X-23 at the table at the very end. Wolverine is
chatting up there
at the very end of the movie.
Very end. I'm trying to recall.
So like he has his party. He's like so.
Oh, she was at the party.
Wolverine was going to go his separate ways, and then he's like, Logan. He says Logan, and then he introduces Logan to the black blind lady, and then they have like another party, or all their friends are there. and they're sitting at the table, and Wolverine's like, "Give me the fucking dog and talk to the girl." And then Wolverine takes the dog and talks to X-23 while
Okay, that was
Deadpool
so.
talks.
I
While
was so
Deadpool
focused on
talks
Deadpool
to
and Vanessa. I just
Vanessa.
didn't like. That was like one of the few things I just didn't take in at all in that scene.
Because
So.
one of the things that Deadpool was like, there's some people that helped us out. Is there any way that you can help them?
So, one thing I was gonna say, because I generally just fucking hate comedy, so like Deadpool's like refreshing for me because like I really like the comedy, but this movie especially falls into the problem of most comedies. Like I hate Ghostbusters, I hate Christmas Story, Spaceballs. Even though Spaceballs, I think out of all of them has the most like longevity because of the franchise it's mainly parodying with Star Wars. Kind of can be live as long as Star Wars can. It's sort of timeless in that respect because it's tied to an ongoing franchise, but the humor style is still dated. Most comedies don't last long term. Like even though there's the iconic shit that everyone just kind of keeps feeding their children, the next generation stuff, because it's Ghostbusters. Everyone loves whatever. This one especially, you have to be so aware of fucking Twitter conversations for some of the fights about these films and their value with like Phase 4 sucks,
Yeah.
Some of this gender jokes, maybe totally forgotten conversation points in 10 years. You have to know this whole fucking franchise to get a lot of the humor. And you got to know the other franchises of the
All these
X-Men
other
and shit.
movies, one-off movies.
So it's like like this one I like it, and of course it'll be something that I like will have long term and share with people. But like this one's very much like stuck in its time for like future growth to be like appreciated. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
A lot of the like humor is stuck in like nowadays.
Yes, I agree.
No, I disagree. Like most movies last long term. Like The Godfather, Wizard of Oz, Titanic. That's not really old. It is like 30, 40 years old now.
I mean, Star Trek and Star Wars.
Star Trek, the fucking people are still like the best things, the original series, and that was from like 63. Like, and a lot of the sci-fi is so dated with like
I mean, even Helen Keller, like that sort of story from whatever movie she's in, gets referenced here and there. Wah.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I know Helen Keller, the like historical figure.
There's a movie or two with her in the past, so it keeps that alive.
No, I think most genres are fine. Comedy, I would argue, is the most like Trip to the Moon is like the first special effects film from like the 20s. People still watch that like 100 years later. Battleship Potemkin is one of the first like complex story films. That's from like 1929. So most films aren't stuck in like their time. Now, like Maltese Falcon, there's certain things where like it might just be kind of passive things like them like smoking in the office and the lighter they have to smoke. Technology will like date a film, but the story can just last forever. Where it's like,
even like
Casablanca is like 1935 and it's still one of the top films ever.
Twilight Zone episodes are constantly still
60s.
Brought up today and compared to a lot of things today.
Well, no, I just, like you're saying, I need data, but it's like, I think the fact that there's all these, every year there's new lists of like the greatest films and Godfather, Citizen Kane.
Yeah, there's actually there's like a good 50 that stay in there essentially.
One of the top films me Ricky looking up was like Double Indemnity. That's from like 41.
Yeah.
So yeah, and it's not, I mean, it's got like a humorous plot, but it's kind of like a murder mystery. So yeah, no, comedy is the most like hard genre to like last. I think like something like Anchorman is kind of an eternal comedy. Maybe people will like lose the appreciation from that kind of humor over time, but it's a film that's like it's a retro film. Like it's set in an older time already.
It's an older time, but it's
with an obscure, more modern humor.
But it's recognizable enough in it, like that nobody's going to be confused.
The Hangover. Like there's certain elements where it's like social media isn't really a thing in 2007 or 8 when they made that movie. It's not really a thing in everyone's life on their cell phone. I think in that movie they're probably using Blackberries. But the plot, you could tell the plot of like their journey to find their friend and all the shenanigans. You could tell that to a fucking Alexander the Great, and like that would be funny to him. You would have to like
He happened to be where the whole time?
yeah, it's like the whole thing is like, hey, we're gonna have a bachelor party to celebrate the guy's last day of freedom before marriage. So we go on a fucking all expenses paid wacky trip to just hedonist pleasure. And our friend drugs us with the wrong drug and we black out, and then we can't find our friend. So we get all these shenanigans trying to find him. Turns out one of our friends who's so uptight actually married a fucking whore with a child and gave his Holocaust ring to her. Like, yeah, it's like just the plot points are kind of timeless hedonist shenanigans. It's like, any time period could appreciate the idea of like American Pie or Porky's, even if like the specific elements might be dated. You know what I mean? So like those are kind of timeless. That's my point. But most genres are not dated for the actual story. Comedy is very much, it's hard to make them last, is my point. Let's see. Oh wow, The Godfather, Wizard of Oz, how obscure. They're not obscure. I'm saying they're fucking old. Godfather's from 73, Wizard of Oz is from 39. These are, over 50, going on 100 years old. That's my point. Versus comedy, if you watch something from 20 years ago, you're like, this was fucking lame. This was edgy, like.
Well, in general, it's like, what do you think of for 1960s comedy?
Nothing, because
what comes first? What comes to mind?
Well, okay, Andy Griffith, but then Andy Griffith's kind of loaded with like it's always got kind of morals. So, or All in the Family, like surprisingly, that's like a very edgy show for today. Like it was edgy back then, and it should be kind of commonplace now, the humor that they had, but because
it's referring to movies.
Yeah, movies. Yeah, there's a certain age where it's just like, yeah, I'm never going to fucking dig into comedies of a 1950s, because what would be pushing, like, humor's got to push the boundaries, and what would be pushing the boundaries in the 50s is commonplace for children.
It might be funny if it's like, hey, maybe one of these days as a noble wife I could vote as well. Don't be silly, wife. Like,
oh, okay. I would say the exception would be like Looney Tunes and Three Stooges, because it's mostly physical comedy. So even though like they're
not based on its time frame,
even though they're dated with like, they'll use a rotary telephone. No one fucking knows how to use those today. There's things like that. The washing machine, no one will have an understanding of certain technological gags, but they'll understand, well, that's something to wash, you got to wring it out so someone gets fucking zipped through it.
Even if they don't recognize a rotary phone, they recognize its purpose when they see
it.
Right.
Yeah, they still get like the execution is, so it's like Looney Tunes, Three Stooges, they're mainly physical comedy, and that's timeless, because when people understand if you shoot someone with a gun or if you hit them in the head with a club, that will probably kill you. And so when you see a cat hit a bunny and then they don't die and they keep chasing each other, like that's just timeless funny.
Right.
That's my point. It's like, if you watch a murder mystery from the 30s, it's the age it came out doesn't really matter. If you
point at somebody's shoes and say, what are those? 30 years from now, somebody might be like, I don't get it. They're pointing at shoes. Like,
like the Black Panther joke. It's going to be like, why? What? People thought that was that supposed to be funny?
They'd be, yeah. Why'd they say that like that? What does that mean? Was that they'd be confused with what was the purpose of
that's
that?
what I mean. It's like all the other genres don't have the problem of comedy that like
when we have meme, especially we have meme culture in our modern day.
Oh man, like, look up memes. Look up memes from like 2010, and it's like, wow, that is like nothing today.
Yeah.
That's the point I'm making. Is comedy is fucking stuck. Yeah, Mel Brooks sucks. Sorry, Scrummy Wummy. I hate Mel Brooks. Blazing Saddles is kind of funny, and it's gained funny today, because we've actually gone backwards from what that movie was pushing the boundaries for. So it's like it's regained its edge because of a soft society. And then there's a lot of just like gags, you know? So it's hit and miss, but like there's a weight to that movie versus run of the mill comedies. That's my whole thing. I just think comedy's the weakest genre. That's why I don't normally like comedy, because I'm just like, and so that's another thing. I was just it's like, it's so nice to watch Deadpool, because for me in this age, it's fucking funny. And also in this state of Marvel, it's just like, oh fuck, like this is just refreshing. Even with all the plot dumb shit, it's like, okay, like it's Deadpool, but whatever. They have 100% have the same issue as other genres. Other genres relate to contemporary things as well. Okay, I just watched a movie. I think it's a Criterion. House of Games. Yeah. House of Games. I think it came out in like 1980, something like that, 85. I was very taken away by that movie. So I'm like, oh shit, like the twist of it and stuff. And then like the new drive, once the character figures out the twist, it's awesome. It's a movie. This woman's like a psychiatrist or something. But she's kind of just in a rut. She's had this big bestseller self-help book. People notice her on the street, want her autograph and stuff. But she feels kind of like stuck trying to make the next book, the next thing. She's like stuck in her own shadow of her own success. And so now she just has like this melancholy. And then she just happens upon, one of her patients is like freaking out he's going to get whacked or something because he owes like a big gambling debt. So then she takes upon herself to go to the House of Games to try to like barter or clean slate this guy's debt or whatever, put him at ease. And so then the guy's like, okay, I'll scrub him off the books, but I need your help with something. I need you to be like, pretend you're my squeeze, help me figure out this guy's tell in this poker hand. And so then you're like wondering like, okay, where's this going? And they're playing the game, and at some point the guy gets mad, saying like, "You think I'm a fucking liar? All right, let's play this hand." And he thinks he's got him on the tell, and it turns out he fucking blew it. He lost all of his money. He actually needs her to cover him, and she does it. And it turns out this was a whole fucking con on her. And so now she's like trying to get revenge on him, and it's just like, fuck, you know. And there's nothing really. I mean, besides like the communication element, it's not really, it's kind of a timeless film. Like, again, you could go back in caveman times and have the same kind of scenario as far as, you know, conning someone for their resources. You know, it's the specific time it's made is like, yeah, it's dated for the technology available. You know, maybe if you had cell phones, contacting certain people wouldn't have been such a problem. Like, I gotta go to the payphone, I gotta go here, this is closed, you know. Otherwise it's timeless. So the Godfather is an underwhelming film because I've seen newer movies that have like upped the ante, like Departed, but Godfather is still like a timeless film about just like a family crime leader. You know, it is a very strong template to build off of, and somehow people still fall short today 50, 60 years later. So fuck you, Scrummy Wummy. But no, I really appreciate this kind of conversation, this back and forth. Here we go again. Your one data point. Confirm. Fuck you. Yeah, sure, but it's like it's a simple plot that's timeless. You know, someone's conning someone. It's age old. What was it? Usually this is tied with some sort of like sexually proficient, you know, seducer of women. You know, you can't really commit. It's age old story. That's like a big element of the film. So yeah, versus like what's funny 10 years from now, 10 years before, like it really can like kill the longevity of a film. So what year was this film? There are no comedies that anyone can relate to. It's just a nonsense. No, it's not. You know better. You know I'm right, Scrummy Wummy. Whole point is comedy does not age well, generally speaking. Again, that's why there's only like there's probably like 20 quote unquote age old comedies that just people keep regurgitating year in, year out. What? You don't like Gremlins? Fucking Gremlins sucks.
Yeah.
But if you grew up with it, then you're kind of tainted. But if you're like me and Rookie, we're coming to it fresh, open-minded, and we're like, what? Like, people are just head over heels for this fucking movie? Like, it's, you can't crap on it at
Revenge
all.
of the
Like,
Nerds.
oh, fuck me. I mean, again, it's like, it has the element of like guys trying to score and kind of coming into manhood in some way, late bloomers. That part is age old. I think that part helps sustain the movie, but it's mainly a nostalgia film that, like, it's just got this mystique from the first generation that you can't criticize it. Same with Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
Ghostbusters ain't funny.
Yeah.
I am a sexually proficient seducer of women. So my mom tells me. Oh, that's a good one. I love it, Screwing. Here's what I think your ex driving at. Comedy is harder than other genres, but that's the only issue. It's harder to make it stick. I think Anchorman is like a weird example where it's like, fuck, okay, it's not really, I don't know, it's just very peculiar.
Well, I mean, so let's compare South Park to Family Guy. That's probably a good example of comedy executed in certain ways where a lot of South Park is funny. I think it's mostly funny, but it's a lot of the jokes they make might not land for a lot of people if they have no idea what they're referencing.
Yeah, like there's a lot
of Family Guy where you don't really need to know what they're referencing to laugh sometimes, but I mean, I don't know if that actually is a good example because they have a lot of referential humor too.
No, Family Guy. Most of Family Guy's referential humor is a quick cut that you do a quick Google search and the synopsis will like explain the whole joke, or it's like retroactively you could learn a new joke. But most of the actual like pitch jokes that are like meant to be like straight laugh or not are just like gags.
Because I'm thinking of like the horse carriage falls down and explodes. It's like that's not like based on anything. That's just something that happens compared to South Park jokes, which are usually, a little bit more.
They're politically or socially like.
But I'd say I would agree that the Family Guy one would probably fall under the more timeless category.
Yeah,
like more often, like with most audiences and generally.
No, exactly. And yeah, South Park.
I think that South Park's comedy overall is better, but I think that Family Guy would be more timeless.
Yeah, South Park, that's what like kept me from South Park for so long. Even after like I'm at my mom's house stuff where it's like, oh, I can watch whatever I want now. It's just come into it, it's like, fuck, I gotta know a lot about society at the time for it to really like the jokes to really be appreciated. Like there can be like the passing, ha ha ha, Butter said this, or Cartman did this racist thing, whatever.
Yeah.
But it's way more involved where you got to understand the world, because that's how they make the show. Is like, hey, this is going on right now. Let's make an episode in a week.
Yeah, with even just like sometimes they'll just do random movie references to things in their episodes. Or when Luke Kim, the I hate Japanese people, you want my shitty walk, that guy. When they have him have multiple identities, and then he's like, they'll see and they'll say, hey, he wouldn't even harm a fry. And he's like got a blanket, and like that's referencing Psycho. I had no idea the entire time I knew that until I saw Psycho, though. But like my point is that reference was better after seeing Psycho a little bit, because it's like,
see, you just threw my point, Rookie. Psycho is one of the worst comedies ever.
Yeah,
there you go, Scummy. I've seen a 60s comedy. I saw Psycho. What a shitty comedy.
But let's continue with the Deadpool and Wolverine. It's a good conversation, though. I like this discussion.
Yeah,
Angus and I do these deep dives all the time, so that's fun.
No, it's just I've never really had to like really prove the point with someone. It's just kind of like, yeah, okay, here's an example, and this is why this genre doesn't work long term. And it's just kind of all right, moving on.
Yep, but it's fun too. We like to dive.
You can tell by the way Rook is doing the Asian voice. He's prejudiced.
I'm just a fan of the show, That's all. Just doing a good impression.
Okay, let me see where we're at. They want to team up. Wade, Logan, and others confront Nova, who has Logan mentally incapacitated, but Wade places Juggernaut's helmet on her to block her powers. Pyro shoots Nova and reveals himself as Paradox's sleeper agent assigned to kill her.
Well, right. So Deadpool just gets tossed aside and telekinesed away, and Logan gets incapacitated, and she enters his mind, essentially, right there. Which again is kind of one of those things of, so did Deadpool have like any sort of idea on how to counter telekinesis in any way, shape, or form? No, I mean, I guess he doesn't need to because he's Deadpool, but it's just one of those things.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just like an aesthetics thing for me. It's not really. It's actually good or bad. I just actually don't like it when she like fucking takes on Logan.
I'll be right back. I'll be listening, but I'll be right back.
All right, okay. So listen, when she's fucking with Logan and like doing these little like gestures to like make him do wound himself with those claws and then stick him in the ground, I don't know. I just really hate that execution. It's not that they didn't do it well as far as choreographing, like the timing. I just felt like, wait, that's it. I just felt very underwhelmed. Like I was hoping for like some sort of Doctor Strange kind of manipulation, like something long form and really kind of showing like you are nothing to me, despite all the power, all the challenges you faced. I'm on a whole nother plane. You can't compete with me with all your adamantium and your anger. I don't know. It felt very underwhelmed, even though it served the purpose to like incapacitate him and manipulate him, or at least how she thought. She actually got double crossed, but or got played, however you want to say it. I just didn't like how it looked, and you see the scene in the trailers for like gesturing, and it makes Logan like a voodoo doll. So just didn't like how that looked. It just I don't know. Well, wait, no, let me finish this paragraph. Let me see. Logan refuses to cooperate. Logan persuades Wade to remove the helmet to allow Nova to heal. In exchange, Nova uses a sling ring from a Doctor Strange variant to open a portal for the duo to travel to Wade's timeline. All right. So you're back, Ricky. You heard what I said about the gesturing.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's something about it was just kind of lame. Again, it's just like, okay, just tosses Deadpool aside, gets into Logan's head, and then just tricked. And it's just like,
yeah, I just wish there was something longer form, like even though it's underwhelming full form, like how Doctor Strange fought himself with like the music and shit. Like I was hoping something longer form, but it would be like a one-way fight where it's just like she's really fucking with him in various ways before getting in his actual head.
Like if there was any did they think of any type of way, like, especially with Deadpool, with how crazy he is, like if he had like a reverse mental thing he could do, like with I think they've done this with him and a copycat guy or something that's like trying to, the one that was in Black Widow or something in the comics or whatever, he like I forget who the character is, but it's like he usually copies your moves, but Deadpool's so sporadic and
Taskmaster,
random. Yeah, he's like so random that he can't keep up with them because he's like, I'm following people that know what they're doing, and I don't know what the hell you're doing. Like, he's so wacky that he can't basically counter it. And I kind of thought they were going to do something here mentally, like that Wade has all these random thoughts and all these random things going on and all these crazy stuff where she tries to go in his head maybe and like try to make him do something. And there's one thing when she's looking in his head, but now she's trying to make him do an act and then is like stymied. Like I thought that would have been kind of interesting.
Oh yeah, like he's Squirrel. You can't keep him on like kind of like in Star Wars, where like there's certain animals that you can't force manipulate because they're so like basic that they're just primal. There's no higher function to manipulate in the first place.
Kind of, but like with him being so weird and crazy and wacky, he's not your normal guy. Exactly.
Oh
I mean,
yeah, no, do
he
it.
is at the core. He has a heart, but like you can't. His mind is so wild. You can't just grab it and take control.
Make
His
it
mind
like
is going everywhere. It's hard to harness. You know.
make it subversive, like Flats in SpongeBob, where you're like building up this whole anticipation. Like, he's gonna kick my butt, and he's like, "All right, now it's time I kick your butt," and then it's just like that tickles,
Yeah,
like that.
exactly.
Yeah,
Yes, like I feel like that would have been better. But I mean, then they tried to. This is like their balance, trying to be serious and then comedic at the same time. Because with Logan, then she's like serious and he's serious, and I don't know. It's hard to make the balance here. I don't know. It
yeah.
just didn't
Again,
feel
this is why
satisfying to watch the
I
show.
rate it high. So like on the technical level of like fucking juggling all of this, and how much do we lean into what's already established with Deadpool, and then by extension the X-Men with Logan, and then how much do we make it MCU, as it's already established. So I really appreciate this on a creative technical level of like juggling. I wouldn't rate it high, but like that's why I appreciate Rise of Skywalker for like the juggle,
Hmm.
the attempt that it was, and everything against it from the start after getting rid of Javaro. Um, so I appreciate it. It's just like I think it's a good like
Yeah,
study.
yeah. And I guess when she goes into his mind, I guess I would have maybe thought that like I don't know if she were to approach like his inability to find love as well, because that was always sort of a thing, as well as losing people with it. But like he
Oh,
could
I would have
never.
made it. I would have done like a fucking Punisher angle, like in the show. Especially, I think the second season they get more into like his. No, I guess his first season they get into his like Afghanistan or whatever his spec ops operations, and everyone getting slaughtered and stuff. That baggage. I would have like because he's ex SF, so like I would have made something where it's like, yeah, he's like the merc with the mouth. He's this kind of jaded. He's a Joker, but he's really jaded actually because it's like a defense mechanism for like all of his trauma and losing people and whatever. So now he just plays it off, tries to play like he doesn't care, or he's just everything's a joke, like you flip the script a bit and make Deadpool serious, and it's all
That'd
like
be good too. That'd be good too. Yeah.
that's a good trope that you can do so much with that it's not really played with a lot.
No, I think that would help with balance a lot of the comedy in this, especially with him.
Yeah.
That would be good. What's up, BTM?
Oh, BTM reviews in the his A. What's up? What are you
A
doing
lot of
up this
people,
late?
a lot of people are probably disappointed we have not talked about Rippa like at all.
Right.
But
Yeah. But it's like this is like if you really want to spoil this movie, it's like it's a lot to fucking discuss, as you can see.
yeah, I feel like we've breezed over some bits in a way too. So that's good.
Wait, you're getting something out of that, venting some deep hatred for them. But anyway, oh, about the Asians.
I mean,
If I'm like, I'm like, wait, is this about the movie?
I
And then I'm
love
like,
the
oh, about the Asians.
I
Okay.
love Asians.
Oh, I had I had some ramen with some ginger dressing yesterday, so like I like
I'm
Asians
not
too.
a fan of Asian food.
Have you even ate Asian food, Ricky?
Does Chinese count?
Oh yeah, it's one Asian country, yes.
Then I
But
have.
yeah, but what'd you get?
Does Japanese count?
Sure, but I'm assuming you've probably had one dish
Had
and then you
10
wrote the
dishes of
whole.
sushi.
Okay, fuck it. Sushi's like one type of food, and you're eating raw sushi. You can get cooked sushi, and were you having it with sauce?
The
They got
fried
different sauces.
calamari was the only decent thing.
Yeah, you can get fried sushi.
Yeah, well, it was on those plates that didn't have anything fried except for the calamari.
Orange chicken. I'm a General So guy. Like I generally despise chicken dishes just on principle. But I love General So's chicken. Especially if you get it really good spicy. That's what I really hate is like most people, at least where I'm at in Ohio, most of the General So's is like maybe they sprinkled a couple dabs of like Tabasco in the sauce, but it's just sesame chicken. And that's annoying because I want the balance of like spicy kick and like sweetness, but you never want it as sweet as sesame. I miss being in New York State, being up in Drum, fucking, and this little tiny like corner Chinese place, and it was fucking great. Perfect General Tso's. And oh man, if y'all can, since we're talking about Asian food for a second, if y'all haven't, I highly suggest there's a documentary about General Tso's chicken, and it's so interesting. Because like General Tso was a real guy. He was basically the Alexander the Great of ancient China. And then there's like a dispute about which like modern Asian chef made General Tso's as we know it. And it's just a very interesting documentary, and you learn a bit about like the Chinese restaurant system. It's like a pipeline to immigrate to America from China. They're basically all interconnected, all these Chinese restaurants. That's why they all got like the same menus and shit. Very interesting stuff. It's like, you know, you're watching, like, think you're just gonna watch a thing about like a dish, and then it's like it's a gateway into learning about international and historical aspects related to China and Chinese people. I've only had like one dish at a Vietnamese place, and I've been to a Thai place once. I liked it, but I don't have a full
That's why we
spectrum.
go on for hours.
I'm a Japanese guy though. I love hibachi. Perfect. If I was stuck on an island, all I could eat was one type of food, hibachi, and then Mexican would be my backup.
I've barely had Asian food.
Yeah, I was trying to get you to go to fucking like a Shogun so you get like hibachi. Shit's great, like fresh hibachi on the grill in front of you. It's awesome stuff. You love egg foo young house special, says BTM. Don't know if I've had
You rub egg foo
you
young.
rub egg foo young. what is it with these military ranks being basically chicken Hitlers? wait. I don't know if you meant to say chicken or Chinese Hitler, but either way, chicken Hitler's is funnier, actually.
That's great.
Oh, wait. Okay, I think I saved it. Let me look at my Twitter really quick. Fuck. Let me pull it back up. X.com. I might have sent it to you. I found a video. It's so cute. There's the smallest chicken breed in the world. It's so fucking adorable.
They're gonna be the next T-Rexes, that's for sure.
Why is my internet going slow on this page? I need that. I don't need that. Let me try this again. Come on. Get rid of that.
It's literally like a mini chicken. If you shrunk down a regular chicken, looks like a mini little chicken. It got Ant-Man.
This is fucking annoying. I have no idea why like every other page I have up is working smoothly.
And Twitter sometimes malfunctions. It'll just be retarded sometimes. Does that?
It makes no sense. There are Chinese places everywhere I go. Well, yeah, you know, it's funny. Is like everyone's worried about like terrorists, when in reality, it's like the Chinese are going to take over just because of their fucking restaurant system in our country.
You got enough of those, yeah.
You know, it's like literally, it's like, oh, Montana, we have restaurant in Montana. We can place you in Montana. Fuck. All right, I'm just gonna have to keep reloading this page. Son of a bitch! Like, just fuck. I'm streaming. The internet's working. It's just this fucking Twitter page won't fucking load. Oh my god, this is pissing me off. Like, I have my logo, but then everything's just loading. Fuck me. Well, I can't show you the tiny chicken. Please remind me next week.
No.
Yeah, and I can't even bring up the fucking Rippa shit I want to talk about because the page won't fucking load, so I can't reference anything.
Just give it like 20 minutes and it'll fix itself.
Yeah. All right. So, plot.
Back to a Deadpool.
Deadpool. Oh, yeah. What was that one Deadpool? He's like an Asian, like samurai Deadpool, but he had like baby arms.
I don't know.
I don't know what the fuck that was. It felt racist and not even like interesting. It's just like, well, you show me this, and so like instantly I think, oh, that'd be funny to be like racist with that, but then like it doesn't even really make a presence on screens. I don't know. Let me see. Yeah, so the slingering. All right, so upon arriving back in Deadpool's Earth of 10,005, Wade and Logan find that Paradox is using the Time Ripper, a device Paradox developed to mercy kill timelines, which she plans to use on Wade's timeline without permission from his superior. Nova quickly learns this from the executed Pyro as she arrives through another portal and kidnaps Paradox. Wade and Logan battle the Deadpool Corps, an army of Deadpool variants coming from the portal, before Nova takes control of the Time Ripper to destroy all timelines as revenge for Paradox's betrayal. Paradox tells Wade and Logan that one can disrupt the power flow of the Time Ripper at the cost of their life.
That's a little ahead of the stuff we're at.
A
bit. So Wolverine and him come back. She sends him through the time thing, and like we said, it was kind of weird how there was no attempt made for like Wade or Laura or any of them to join as well, but it doesn't matter because they survive later anyway somehow. Whatever, they just magically make them poof again.
Oh fuck! Okay, thank you, Scrunny on me. Okay, fuck. That was just like I'm like, what was? I thought like, because I didn't really get a glimpse of them in like the overview of the Deadpool Corps. So when they show them when they're like actually cool with Peter Pool, and then they like take off, I thought those were just his regular arms. And so I'm like, I totally forgot about like the regrow aspect of Deadpool and his like baby hand gag in the first movie. Thank you. No, that really makes a difference in like, what the fuck? Why is this like he's got like giant baby arms? Okay, sorry, you were saying.
They get back, and the TVA guy is like, oh no, she wasn't there yet. He was trying to stall them to finish the Rippa thing. The Time Rippa.
Sorry, you said Rippa.
the Time Rippa. And then she appears because she was trying to talk to Pyro. She was like, I'm going to enter your mind. And he's like, Jesus Christ, can you just fucking ask me? Like, instead of probing me and shit, can you just ask me? It's like, okay, shit, all right, hands in my pockets. And he's like, yeah, TVA. And she's like, oh, that little bitch. And then uses sling ring to go into the world and go and play with Parallax and use the machine herself. Kind of like you said, it's kind of like an infinity gauntlet in a way.
Yeah.
And then the stupid fucking dog returns.
Yeah.
She calls in for her troops, which are the Deadpool Corps.
I have a cat pool now. If y'all don't know, I can't have pets in my house, but we have like strays around that seems like a couple houses across the street from me are consistently like feeding them, which is cool. And so like I just enjoy their company when I'm outside once in a while. I have a very inconsistent schedule with my work schedule, so it's very hit or miss. Half the year I'm working nights, so it's very hit or miss. So it's nice to be like, I just pet the cat for like 20 minutes the other day, and then like not even calling him, I just went to like get my charger out of the car, and the cat pulls like, hey, what's up, Angus? Hey, come pet me. And he's all like rolling on the ground, like, hey, look at me. I'm cat pool. Rub me.
Rub me wrong time.
And yeah, it's nice. Nice to have a little cat buddy. We'll see how it goes. I did have there was this neighborhood cat named Carl. Everyone just knew Carl the cat, and they all kind of fed him on their porch and stuff. These lesbians, I'm pretty sure when they moved, they fucking took Carl. And he's got a son. There's a son of Carl, but he's kind of
Carl.
He's son of Carl is way more like feral. Like he used to like let me pet him, and now he's just like skittish. And I didn't do anything to him. I was always nice to him.
Probably other people pissed him off and got him off.
He's just like skittish, strangely. Like he'll kind of like linger. Like he's like, yeah, you can come over and pet me. And he's like, no, fuck. He's bigger than I thought. Like it's like, what the fuck? But yeah, at least I got these other cats. But I like son of Carl. He's lost his friendliness, and then Carl is gone because of those fucking F slurs. And now I got Catpool. Oh, Catpool's cool.
Yeah. So anyway, stupid dog pool runs up, and then the nice pool comes up, and then followed by all the other Deadpools. And Blake Lively is the lady Deadpool, and there's all these other ones, even a baby one, a kid ones, a future one, and samurai and whatever. I don't really care. And but it's like, okay, so they're gonna fight Wade and Wolverine because they work for the bitch, and but they won't shoot at the dog, so the dog ran off screen or something, and he uses Nice Pool as a shield to block all the bullets.
See, you should love Nice Pool because they fucking blow his
I'm
head
glad
up.
that they kill him. I'm glad they kill him. And Wolverine's like, "Hey, that was mean of you to do to him." And it's just kind of funny from Wolverine. It's like, "Hey, be nice." And it's like, okay, he uses him as a shield, and he gets totally killed again. And then, like his head blown off, so it's like he is dead. He has not a regenerative powers. And then Wolverine just
that was a funny gag. It's like, oh, Deadpool, we know Deadpool. And he's like, I'm Nice Pool, and it's like regenerative powers. Like,
yeah. Well, then it's like after all that, then Wolverine just puts up the dog, and they're like, no, don't shoot, hold your fire. Like, you can't shoot the dog. And then Wolverine just walks over to Wade, like just walks over, and they're like looking at him
with
as he's walking.
pool.
Yeah, with the stupid dog pool. And then they do their walkout to face them, and then I was annoyed with this, and so are you. I mean, visually it looks neat, but like with who they are as Deadpools, it's really stupid because like they just mow through them, and I thought they were gonna be like, oh nope, they're dead, and I'm glad they didn't have them dead, but it is stupid because there's nothing unique with any of them. Like none of them were very unique in their fighting skills, which they should have been because they were all different. And it was
you got like Cowboy Pool and a lady Deadpool, which was Blake Lively.
Yeah, there's just nothing clever done with any of them, which is kind of like, well, then don't even bother, like I don't know what was the you're gonna make more Deadpool movies, clearly. Why waste it all here? Like why use it all here? I mean, maybe they think they won't be able to do it again, so they shove everything they can into it. I don't know.
No, my main problem with the Deadpool. Okay, so it's like when you watch Kingsman and you get to like the gun scene, I think when you watch it the first time, I think he's just gonna mow through everybody. There's no challenge really, It's just a spectacle of like a one-sided fight. They might get like a stab or a punching on him, but like he's gonna take them all out.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the expectation. I don't think I think the surprise is the spectacle of executing the scene, not the surprise, because it's not a surprise he knows them all down. That's what I want. That's why I like the first fight with Deadpool and Wolverine, the Hell's Bells fight, rookie, the Hell's Bells fight. Because it's the spectacle and they're choreographing it well, and it's like up close. We're getting like detail. This one did like a side scroller shot where they're just like running through them like Mario or something, and there's like no challenge really, and so you're not expecting anyone to challenge, and they don't, and they're all out. But then it's like, oh wait, fuck, they're getting up. Like,
in contrast, like the Suicide Squad, the James Gunn one, has a similar scene where Idris Elba and what's his face?
Polka Dot Man?
What?
Polka Dot Man?
No.
Peacemaker?
Fuck!
Yes, that was cool.
They do the same type of shot, like where they're panning to the right, but they're both doing interesting, unique kills at the same time, trying to one up each other. But with them, it's like, yeah, it's two really super duper professionals versus a bunch of like just regular henchmen, essentially. So that makes sense that they mow them down like that, and that they waltz through them like it's nothing, and they can show off. With Wolverine and Deadpool against a bunch of Deadpools, it's kind of like, this should be like, you guys are probably going to lose. Actually, it's kind of where I'm at. Like, I don't know. I don't see it how they'd win necessarily.
Yeah. Okay. So, that's the other thing. That's the other thing is, you're already referencing Logan specifically repeatedly with like his gravesite, his death scene, fucking X-23's here. Like the opening scene in Logan is him like slaughtering those guys that fuck up his his limousine. And then, you get the follow through with like the guides after him talking about like, I heard about this thing, said the report said seemed like they were mauled by a tiger, like a beast killed them. and like it's so visceral when he's fighting, he's fucking like fighting just to get his claws out, and then he's just it's like every punch is like visceral. That's what I want. That's why I like that first fight. It's not about the stakes, because they're both immortal. This is just like Deadpool trying to shift the perspective of Wolverine, get on his team, but it's like the execution. And so they kind of did with that Hell's Bells fight, and you've seen it in Logan. And so then when you see the fucking layer fight and then this Deadpool core fight, it's just like, what is this? Like, even though like obviously there was effort put into the choreographing, it's just for the audience, it just was so passive. That's my problem with it.
Mm-hmm.
And I was watching it thinking like, okay, because a nice pull. Oh wait, are all the other Deadpools actually expendable too? And they die, and then it's like, oh shit, okay, they don't. So it was like a nice like double gotcha on me personally, just taking it in the first time. Like,
like I would have criticized. I mean, like again, I have an issue with this fight in the first place, but I would have criticized it more if they took down all these Deadpools and they were dead with these means that like they've proven that shouldn't be able to kill Deadpool at all like this. So
well, I'm
glad that they didn't. And there's like one baby left. I was laughing at them. And I was wondering what they were going to do with that.
They didn't really do nothing with it.
Well, it laughs, and then he's like, "What are you laughing at, stupid bitch?" And then they all get up. And so I was like, "Oh, that's what you're laughing at. I got you."
Yeah, like honestly, yeah, I think you should. I think when you watch it, you should expect them to actually be dead, because they're all like fucking. A lot of them are cowering before they get killed.
Yeah, which is conflicting to what they are. That's why the scene is very. I lean more on it's bad. Like it's well shot, and if these weren't Deadpools, this would be, I'd probably call it good. But with the context that's here, it is. And then I could see people just going, "But it's a Deadpool movie, so derp," and it's like, shut the fuck up.
Like, no, again, Scrummy, I am thinking about regeneration, and they do nice pull as like an exception, but then in the fight, there's multiple, especially in the bus, there's multiple people that are like cowering before they're like just blown to hell.
They don't act like Deadpools would necessarily. That would just seems to be contradictory.
Yeah, there's multiple that cower before their death, and so I'm like, oh shit, okay, so like
they should be just as used to being mutilated as much as Wade is. Essentially, there's literally a floating head one, which I don't know what that's referencing.
Zombie pool, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know.
So yeah,
was it head pool? Was that what they're going for or something? The floating head.
But no, the detracting, I'm just gonna have to detract another day because I can't load anything on Twitter, which is the source of everything that I need to pull up. But I said to catch a Rippaverse, because if you hadn't seen Frog Tony and then EVS sharing, I think his whole stream today is about it. At least as a focal point. There's this Nika guy who I guess is buddies with homeless Larry, and he is a convicted pedophile.
There's just so many of those these days, like an increasing fucking number.
I know. Fuck yeah, we should have. Oh yeah, we could have cast Nika as another Blade.
I can't keep track on one hand anymore. It's like,
just like we get Drake Bell's Spider-Man, and then we get Nika from the Rippaverse fandom as Black Panther variant.
Yep.
And we get the multiverse of pedophiles.
We get Jared from Subway as somebody, of course.
Reed Richards.
Yeah. Naturally.
Well, yeah. So there's like I think like a whole realm or planet of like Richards. There's like a whole council.
That must be fun.
Yeah. So, and if you watch Rick and Morty, that's what they're referencing when they do like this like planet that's like a multiverse hub of the Ricks. Yeah, like the Rick you're watching is like an outlier of all the other Ricks.
Yeah. But anyway, we're almost done with the movie. We're almost
and
done.
A shot miss from a Fox X-Men Union film was a Multiverse of Madness. Style flashback of dead Cyclops, Professor X, etc. When we talked about that, should have shown. Yeah, no, yeah, I said that they should have. With these cameos, I don't know why you didn't have any mainline original trilogy X-Men castings, especially because you got Professor X in Multiverse of Madness. And that was a good cameo, like for like, oh, okay, fuck, you're acknowledging the X-Men movies, and they might intersperse these movies. You already had Pete
The only
Boner.
original one they had was like Sabretooth, and they killed him immediately.
Yeah, and that wasn't consistent with the.
well, and they had Pyro, but
yeah, which was like, I thought that was cool to have Pyro, because it's like, oh, he's kind of forgettable, even though like he's substantial in like the Brotherhood of Mutants or whatever, especially with like his conflict with Iceman, but overall he's kind of forgettable. When you got Magneto and you got Mystique and Juggernaut. Like Juggernaut's way less substantial actually in the plot than Pyro, but he's more memorable. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah. That's why the whole Johnny Storm like actually got me. I'm like, oh, okay. Like that's a cool comic. What if? But yeah, great comment, Scrummy. These ones regenerate was literally the line before you see the arms. Oh, okay, so there's so much I'm taking in, and then I'm kind of also taking in the audience and just enjoying like, oh, like I'm in the moment. We're all like, Deadpool, that joke. So like this is like a rewatch movie to like catch little shit that you missed. Or like, oh fuck, okay. Like it's a highly detailed film is the point. It's not something it's kind of film like Force Awakens. There's really no time to just take in like, all right, we're at this chunk, take it in. All right, now new chunk. It's it's kind of fucking now. Live to detract another day. The best thing of this movie is that black people and women were sidelined appropriately. Yeah, besides the TVA chick, like pretty much no black people to weigh the movie down.
His roommates.
Well, no, yeah, we got Blade. We got a positive black man.
It'd be kind of funny in a way if they had a white guy as Blade, though. To be honest.
Oh my god, they don't have the balls.
If they had like Jim Parsons from Big Bang Theory, some total dweeb,
that would be funny.
I'm Blade.
I fucking hate Big Bang Theory, but like that is hilarious.
That'd be funny though, like right.
That is hilarious.
And he talks like, yeah, I am black, motherfucker, but he's gay, so that's actually kind of funny too. It's like he's white. Oh no, you ruined Blade. No.
Oh no, you undercut it even further where like Deadpool comments like, wow, they fucking whitewashed Blade in another universe. Like, I'm Jewish. And it's like, oh,
oh,
hey, what's up, Blade? Like,
they upgraded Blade.
No, at first he's like, just fucking admonishing white Blade existing, and it's like, I'm Jewish. It's like, oh hey, shalom. Like he just totally 180, and that could be like
totally
a tongue-in-cheek like wink to the audience. It's like, oh, there's certain people you just can't say anything about.
Be nothing there. Nope, not in any timeline.
It's like, god, fuck yeah. Every timeline, certain people control Hollywood. Every single one never changes.
They're the lizard people.
That would be fucking. I love this idea. I want to get someone like a mission Jim Parsons as Blade.
It's a trap.
That's almost as good as Floyd Pool.
Yes, that one was good. I don't know if we said that on the air, but that was
Floyd Pool. We're talking about the knee.
It feels like a long time ago.
Oh fuck yeah! It's like that's his one weakness is his neck. Why can't Elliot Page be black? Ooh!
Because Elliot Page would be Kitty Pryde, just a dude, and still going out with Bobby because he's gay.
Oh, that'd be fucking funny. You lean into the fucking retcon of woke Marvel with Jean Grey arguably manipulating Bobby's brain. The classic womanizer in the X-Men is just magically gay.
Deadpool would be like, "So is this even gay? If it's him and her, wait, what?" Just I
Yeah.
don't know if that would
Oh,
count.
that'd be funny trying to add up the gender math of like, all
He's
right,
like trying
so
to see what is there, and then looking at Jim Parsons as Blade. He's like, "Okay, hold on, let me get my calculator out here. What's going on? Is this okay? Not okay?" Danny DeVito says something there. I don't know. A little short, fat white guy is Storm or something. I don't know. Is there a problem
wait,
with
is
this
this
one?
fucking real? Scrummy says, I read Elliot Page's book and he finally convinced me that men can be born in women's bodies when he said it was so great to have someone suck my dick and my pussy.
Oh, Page.
Oh man, I'm not gonna get deep in it today, but I
And
think
that's for time
I
for
think there
another
is some
time.
validity to the trans argument.
That's a time for another time.
Remind me another stream, Scrummy.
Yes. But
Okay, let me see what's left.
but so then
They
fight, they do their fight, and then Peter Pool shows up and they're like, "Oh my god, okay." And then they just leave, and Deadpool and Wolverine go to, that's when they meet with Squirrely Boy Parallax again, and he's like, "Oh no, if you
Oh
guys."
wait, Paradox. That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, Paradox.
I told you on my way home, but I hadn't said it on stream yet. The whole time I'm watching Paradox, I'm like, this is the rookie critic. Just something about him, his delivery, is the humor of him. It's like sly and kind of backhanded, and I don't know, just something about Paradox. And I'm like, this is rookie. This is like perfect. I could totally just swap him out with this guy, and it works. It's like a rookie critic with an English accent. I love this.
I'll have to see it again to really compare.
I don't know if anyone else gets Rookie's humor through the streams thus far. If they can judge themselves, if they're like, oh yeah, I kind of see it in some way, or like, wow, Angus is retarded. I stand by this, but I'd like any confirmation or counter from y'all, if you agree or not, that Paradox is the rookie critic. That's just a nice little side.
Yeah, he's like, if you can stop her from destroying this timeline and all these timelines by going downstairs or something and getting in the way of the bridges or the coils, and if you go down there alone, you'll probably die. And so,
if they close the circuit between the antimatter and the matter,
yeah,
conduit,
you'll either bridge and you will die because of all the atomical mixtures of stuff going on. You'll be fucked up. And I kind of figured they did exactly what I figured they do, but what I was actually hoping, because they said that you will die, even you two, even like you guys would die. So like I was kind of like, oh, are they gonna do a ballsy move and like kill Deadpool or Wolverine for good for once?
Well, it'd be this timeline's pulls in Wolverine at least.
Yeah, but then they even didn't do that, and so I was kind of like, whatever. I was a little annoyed. I kind of wish that they'd have balls with it. It just, I don't know, with how edgy they are, they don't seem to have balls to a full degree. So I don't know.
I would agree if this was meant to be a serious movie, like the boys with Maeve.
Well, you can never say a Deadpool movie is a serious movie, so that's already a flaw there. But
well, no. Even with all the humor, there's like stakes in the Deadpool movies.
Yeah, but nobody would call it a serious movie because it's Deadpool.
Well,
even Deadpool 1, there's serious stuff in there, but it's not.
I was going to say that with fuck. Oh, it's like running to my tongue. What was it I was going to say about this? So like the first Deadpool, he introduces himself, kind of goes back, explains why he's here, and then he has this crazy fucking bridge fight, and he's like, I know how this seems, but like this is a love story. And by the end of the movie, it actually is a love story. And then Deadpool 2, despite like the prison pocket and Cable and all the wackiness, he says like, well, this is a family film. And by the end of it, like, yeah, Deadpool makes this weird family. And And so like he kind of sticks the landing with like the pitch of like the point of the movie. I don't know if he even said anything for this opening for this movie of like this is a blank, this is going to be the moral or the angle. I don't think he said that. So but I feel like the theme that they're going for with his character's actual motivation with like Vanessa getting her back and mattering, doing something truly worthwhile. I think they stuck the landing for the sentiment, even though stake wise with like, actually taking like, swallowing the pill for sake of everybody, the messianic death. Given that it's comedy, I'm fine with it because I think they stuck the landing with him. Like, it's the fact that he risked himself, even though they undercut it with like, well, that's silly, so whatever. He's still alive. I think the fact that he actually took the risk, it sticks the landing for his effort. And right before he went in and took out Logan, that like back and forth, him telling him like, no, you stay, you have something to live for, you got a family, stick it out, like that got me. That was a good little emotional scene to like stick the landing for me. So if it was a more serious film, I would totally agree with like not sticking to like the stakes, like The Boys season 3 with Maeve living. That was a bad move narratively.
Yep. And Soldier Boy.
I'll have to rewatch it to see if I think Soldier Boy should have died or not. I think it was definitely a surprise, but I don't know if it like. I don't think that crossed the line necessarily for me. But definitely Maeve living. But it seems that she's written out of the show. I saw something that apparently Homelander. This is all whatever. I'm hearing rumors on Twitter of like boy accounts, like the boys accounts, talking about like Anthony Starr, the guy who plays Homelander, is actually like a toxic guy on set. He's like chased off the girl that plays Maeve. Don't know if that's true. Haven't dug into any actual Hollywood Reporter or any of that, if that's anything reported about. But if so, that's interesting since they kept her alive and she's just kind of abruptly out of the show thus far.
Well, they didn't want to kill a lesbian, apparently. That's the
Sure, I get that.
potential.
Maybe that was their angle to just like wipe her out of the story. It's like her character just like finally goes off to be happy. I don't know, but
I don't know. My point is with Deadpool Wolverine, I'd be happy. I just they never really kill off any characters, not really.
Well,
even the ones that were pruned earlier are just like, nope, they're back at the end, so whatever.
There's only a couple characters that they've ever just like killed straight and never like dug back up. Marvel, the original guy in Marvel, they killed him. They gave him like a cancer story.
Uncle Ben.
Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I get annoyed narratively with this. Just they always come back. Stark seems to have stayed dead, and Gamora. I mean, the Gamora who was Gamora. So like that character Gamora.
Yeah, they actually kept her dead, and then they kept Black Widow dead.
I enjoy. This is my thing. I want to miss some characters, not be annoyed that they're on screen still. And I feel like they just never know when to say, you know what, this is good. This is a good amount. This is good. We're good. They just always have to, keep them around or drag them through the mud or dig up their grave. And it's just like, God, I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's comics. That's like that's the baggage of this story template.
I feel like it's not an excuse to do it in the films, though.
I mean, it's
even if they did it in the comics.
It's a comic movie, so it's literally kind of.
But they literally don't always do.
That's something in your back pocket always.
So it doesn't matter to me. And I don't even think it really matters to them. Not really.
I mean, sure, there's like just a cash cow element that influences these kind of moves. But then again, like they actually have the escape clause.
Oh, look, we got the guy that we want to play Reed Richards in Multiverse of Madness. Let's turn him into spaghetti.
Why are you? You haven't even watched The Office. How are you going to be butthurt that Jim is not Reed Richards?
Yeah, I liked him in A Quiet Place.
Okay. If
And
you
I
like him in
feel like
that, you should see
regardless of my
13 hours.
personal attachment, you agree with me. That's like, oh wow, you took a yes, you did a thing we like, and then you
They did
also
it. Well,
did
yeah, they did
something
a fucking
horrible too,
big
and then
fan
and
casting.
then you
That
graped him. Thanks,
they did a big
thanks.
fan casting, and I'm actually fine with them getting fucking pwned by
And
Scarlet
oh
Witch.
look, you brought Xavier back, and then he went out in a really lame way. So
Uh, no, I think even though Doctor Strange 2 overall sucks, like that whole sequence, I'm actually pretty fine with.
most people think that is pretty shit. Like if you're
Yeah,
gonna have
I know
Xavier go
all the
down, if
talking
you're gonna
points.
have Xavier go down, that you could have done something better. Is part of the thing. They dug them out to poop on them, essentially.
I
It's
agree
like,
with the stakes and how it's like, oh, you blow up fucking Black Bolt's head, which is fine because Black Bolt sucks. Reed Richards gets Swiss cheesed, and was there another one? Oh yeah, Stewart gets his head snapped. But then yeah, she has a prolonged fight with Black Captain Marvel or whatever, and then
yeah, but no one gives a shit about them. Those are brand new characters nobody gives a fuck about. So
yeah, I don't know. I was fine with it, regardless if it's a woke thing or hey, why they're power scaling, they get taken out, but these people are hanging around. I don't know. It was fine for me. I like it regardless of being in the minority. I was like, yeah, it's fine.
but this is just a small example of a wider point of them dragging characters through the mud instead of just having them be dead or committing to something. They don't like to commit to anything, and that's what I find annoying.
Well, you're just a man, baby.
I guess so.
I think if I'm talking anything away from the stream, it's Floyd Pool, and I'll be trying to make people at work who watch it think that was something in there that they missed.
That's a good
You're going to
idea.
incept Floyd Pool in
Floyd
people's
Pool.
brains.
Yes.
That's hilarious. Like, hey, did you see Floyd Pool? Do you know what I'm saying? Like Floyd Pool. You're going to make so much money for Disney just because of Floyd Pool. That's fucking hilarious.
Yes.
I think I'm going to tweet that.
Okay.
I'm like, whoa. Y'all notice, like, they fucking, props to George Floyd. They paid homage to him in Deadpool Wolverine. Floyd Pool.
Yeah. Then
the worst mercenary. He's only killed himself.
Yeah. So I guess the last thing is Nova is dead after they do the bridge thing. They both survive. And then they've talked to the TVA, and then they have the TVA do whatever they want and bring the people that were dead back and bring their universes back and send them back to their universes.
Sorry, repeat that. I totally blanked what you said.
So I'm describing the last bit of the movie. They stop. Wolverine and Deadpool do the bridge thing that kills Nova, but they survive. And then they talk with the TVA and have them bring back their universes, bring back the people that were dead from the void that shouldn't be able to come back, but they bring them back anyway, and then send them back to their universes. Both Wolverine and Deadpool's universe now. In X-23.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much the end of the movie. And then there's a lame end credit joke about Johnny again. So that's the movie.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So, let me see. So yeah, they disrupt the time. Ripper kills Nova. Paradox gets arrested by B-15, who's a hunter for the TVA. The others return to their timelines. Logan is permitted to stay in Wade's, which no longer deteriorates. Logan hopes for a change in his past, but B-15 tells him that his past is what makes him the anchor needed to save Wade's timeline, and there's no reason for further change. Logan chooses to retire, live a peaceful life. For his departure, Wade takes Logan and Lauren to meet his friends. Encouraged by Logan, Wade reconciles with Vanessa. Yep. No, I had a good time. Even with all of its flaws, like, yeah, this was just so fucking fun. Uh, yeah, stick with my 8 out of 10. It's just really good experience. Nice change of pace. Yeah, I fucking hate comedy, as y'all know, generally speaking. And so it's nice just to be like, fuck, I was laughing throughout this whole movie. It's good energy, it's a good crowd. Thanks, Disney, for taking a fucking chance for once. God. Now please don't just stay stuck, and this is like your threshold. Actually, just keep trying to push the bounds.
I feel like they took 12% of a chance, and not a big enough one.
Yeah, I mean, analyzing it with a lot, it's definitely in the realm of fuck. There's some movie that like chance wise, it's kind of like it's in this ballpark of like Venom, because Sony doesn't know where like the overall Spider-Verse is going to go, so like they made Venom like an anti-hero and not just a villain because he doesn't have Spider-Man to play off of. And so he's kind of in these hero roles just by default of his worst enemies. um but he'll like eat people indiscriminately as long as they like count as his arbitrary view of bad. So like they're leaving it ended for his morality because Spider-Man's at play in his world. For like
But there's
that
no
universe.
confusion with Disney though, because they own Fox and they own the Fantastic Four. So I don't see where their confusion is when they made this movie.
I
They own
think
the X-Men. They own them. So what's the?
I
I don't
think the
know.
confusion or the hesitancy is like how much do we lean into possibly furthering that universe in the greater MCU with the multiverse? How much do we try to just clean slate things? Is
I feel like
this
it
like
won't matter because a writer for another movie could just probably yank Deadpool or Wolverine out wherever they want, and they're like, whatever, they're in here now.
Sure. No, I agree. It's like this is why people buy into the fucking Rippaverse shit, because you'll have these like talking points of like, well, see, this is where they could have done better. So then they just throw out the whole concept of playing with this, and it's like, well, that's retarded. Like,
Yeah,
like
pretty much.
I like this, and I appreciate it because it's like they're taking overall just the maturity of this for like the crudeness, the type of comedy, the blood and shit, the gratuitous blood, the gratuitous deaths and dismemberments. It's a step in the right direction to expand Disney for the Marvel universe. That's what I mean with taking chances. Not so much narratively with like X-Men, Fantastic Four, like probably just kind of a more tongue-in-cheek cameo send-off or whatever, like a second breath for kind of forgotten portrayals. Probably won't go anywhere with any of them, but it gives some fans some hope, some theories, kind of hear what the internet's talking about after the fact to kind of like, okay, all right, we kind of toyed with this, but actually, all right, let's do that. Let's try that. So, um, yeah, if anything with the multiverse, I feel like they haven't really played with it, and that's what's kind of annoying. Besides, like Loki,
Well, no,
and
they
again,
they're never confident about anything.
yeah,
They're never confident anymore. They're very unsure with
and this
anything
just felt
ever.
like okay, this is like actually just kind of putting your heel in the sand to some degree, and just like, all right, let's take a step forward. With like, we're gonna do this, cool, and I think they got a fucking winner.
See, I don't even know about that because again, they undo a lot of what they did in the movie by the end of the movie.
Well, they did that in Deadpool too, so like
Yeah, and
Vanessa's not dead.
I don't think that's a. Well, I mean, that was like an end joke of like, oh, we fucked around with the timelines, whatever. Uh, but that just seemed like a one-off joke, not like not a heel in the sand.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like at the time that movie was made, it was like a joke in credit, but they've taken that and that's like their angle to
Oh, no,
include
so
Deadpool 2 and cable element into like the TVA, and so
my point is like characters when they get sent to the void, it's supposed to be, and when they get eaten by the thing, that they're done. And then they're like, no, never mind.
Yeah, no, I
And
agree.
that's like, so what is final in this? Just nothing ever. They can just always. So it's just, so when you say dig a heel in the sand, I'm like, I don't agree. Like they just they
Oh
stick
no,
their
see, I
foot
think you're
on the
interpreting
ground
that.
and
I think you're
they're.
interpreting that as like, oh, there's like finality. It's like, well, no, multiverse,
Well,
like,
no, I'm talking about confidence. They don't have any confidence still. They are like, we're going for. I don't know. I don't know. Actually, with these, like, they're not. They're unsure. They're not confident with their decision. Like, I don't even think they're confident with Wolverine. They're like, yeah, he's totally retired now. They've said this like 10 times. That is not going to happen.
no, I
You will
disagree.
see
I think,
Logan. You will see Logan and Wolverine, Hugh Jackman again before he
yeah,
dies.
yeah, sure. I mean, they're making the joke like you're going to be doing this till you're 90, and it's like it's
Well,
probably
yeah.
not
So
off.
where are they? So for your perspective, where are they digging their heel in the sand? Where are they making a hard stance? I don't see what you're saying.
Making this kind of movie in safe space Disney. That's the point. That's what I'm saying is like this is a step in like, all right, this is like, you know, totally a ballsy move that is part of the MCU. It's not just an Elseworld story. This is the canon they're building, especially with multiverse. And you know, like there was kids in the audience. There's, you know, substantial amount of kids for an opening day rated R movie. Because it's a comic movie. Um, like I don't think I saw any kids for like the Batman. That's a PG-13 movie, you know, because it's like just a straight adult, gritty, you know, darker tone film. This is like they're playing with a lot of elements, and just the fact of like kind of doing like the boys level fucking violence with comedy, uh, and this like, you know, tangent character from a previous company when you would think they just clean slate, you know, it's like that's what I mean. Like this is they're kind of like re-energizing the MCU with the fucking different companies franchise because they're like they've tried to kind of push. I'm not saying the multiverse, but the movies that they've made in this era of multiverse are this first step in Phase 4. Besides Loki, nothing's really had any like effort, and it's all just been blasé. It's like said nothing. And so that's what I mean, like, just the fact they've made this is what's like, fuck, okay, like, nice. Like, this is a confidence move. It's a ballsy move. It's definitely a chance. I think it's a chance to pay off because it has just like a real effort to it. Even though, yeah, like story wise, it's totally open ended. They can shoehorn anything they want. They can retcon anything with the multiverse. They can like actually, yeah, that Reed Richards sucked. No one liked him. So actually, we'll pull this guy. Actually, we'll get Krasinski back from because there's another variant of Krasinski. Reed Richards, you know, yeah, no, that sure, that's the total open-ended bullshit comic aspect of these.
I could see them just making more shitty movies and then make a Deadpool movie and go, huh, weren't those movies dumb? And it's like, that's I feel like that's what he'll be used for in Disney,
Yeah, no, I'm definitely interested to see if they
which is
actually.
just lame.
I'm definitely interested to see if they tool him into just like the main line. He's like part of like fuck all hands on deck. All right, we got the X-Men, we got fucking Deadpool, etc. Yeah, man, I'm interested to see if they like go that far with them, or if he's just gonna be
I don't
their
know.
wacky guy.
I don't think he needs to be either. I don't know. I feel like he wouldn't mesh well with the Avengers necessarily.
I think he's a good Clash for sure. I think it opens some stuff. But I don't know. I just I enjoyed it personally, and then I think this is kind of a Dark Knight for given where Batman was as a franchise after the '90s. It's kind of like who the fuck wants to touch this? What do we do with it? And then Dark Knight is the Dark Knight trilogy is like a rebuke of the '90s Batman in every aspect. They don't care about the toys really. They don't care about the Flash. It's all muted. It's dark. It's all black. Not even like in the Batman or Returns, where it's like, yeah, it's dark aesthetically. It's a little risque, especially with Catwoman. But You know, like it was franchise. The Dark Knight franchise is just like, let's be as bare bones as possible. That was really ballsy because like they hadn't really like comic movies at that point were always meant to be kind of like flashy and like, oh, it's kid fodder, and then the Dark Knight
I mean,
trilogy is like,
I just
ooh.
so like with Disney, I don't know. I don't think this is ballsy at all because it's like this is still way after people have liked seeing violent things and Deadpool and The Boys and stuff. And Invincible. It's late. It's again very late to a trend.
Yeah, it's late for
And
them.
it's not.
It's ballsy for
It's
their
still not
brand, though.
ballsy
It's
to that. I
ballsy
don't
for
know.
their brand. When your brand is like, hey, you can watch, hey, get Disney Plus.
You
You
can
can watch
watch
Baby Yoda. You can watch Phineas and Ferb, and you know, probably our highest stakes is
you can watch
Marvel.
a black chick grab the throbbing lightsaber of this shirtless guy coming out of the water naked.
Okay, not seeing the problem.
I'm just saying it's not
Little
ballsy.
erotica.
I don't think it's
fine.
ballsy.
It's
No.
completely ballsy. This is a big gamble, and just like No Way Home's kind of a gamble for them. To put all that effort into like, hey, let's throw all the Spider-Man together. He's got to team with the other Spider-Man. It's like, yeah, no, it's like there's a whole precedent in the comics, but like executing on film, 3 different eras, don't know how it's gonna work. And then they did pretty well. It's a
I feel like after talking about Deadpool Wolverine, I lower it to like a 4 out of 10. Honestly,
wow, fucking gay. I'm fucking stalwart. I'm stuck on 8. It's just a great experience, and I appreciate overall. Why can't Elliot Page be played? I'm rereading that. That's good stuff.
yes. No, I wish I enjoyed it more. It's just anything that I enjoyed on the screen, it just felt like undercut by something else that I didn't enjoy more often, and I just by the end of the film, I'm just like, oh yeah, that was there, I guess. And then the end credit scene didn't help. I'm just like, oh, whatever, lame. He says the things that Deadpool said. It's like I don't.
Oh right, yeah.
This is not funny. I'm just like that was it. Whatever. Fuck it.
12. I think I'm
Like a lazy joke.
Wait, I gotta do it the other way. Hold on. 12 divided by 20. All right. So with our combined scores, this puts it at a 6 out of 10.
Yeah. All right.
Well, because remember, like when we see movies together, I want to like build a track record so we can kind of gauge. You know, have our individual scores in the middle. We have like the consensus of our scores for each film.
Right.
So this can be like over time you build up the fucking chart. People are like, oh, okay, like fucking what? Angus thinks this is amazing. What? Ricky thinks this sucks. Fuck you. And that makes it fun because people are gonna people get hungry. Like, oh, let me guess what you're gonna say about this, you piece of shit. Like,
it's not a bad idea. I mean, I think what you're saying about it is like I think that's fine. I don't know. I feel like you have a lot more hope for these kind of things than I do, and I need to see more evidence of them doing good writing consistently and like caring at all.
This is
and
total
just
SpongeBob.
Typically, I just don't believe
here.
they will. And
like
whenever
present,
like No Way Home was the last one in the MCU that I thought had some kind of heart, and like that was a while ago. It feels like that was quite a bit ago.
What, do you not see what Hugh Jackman did in this movie? Like, what the fuck?
Oh no, I didn't say this one didn't have heart. I'm saying I just said that I need to see them do things consistently, and they don't.
That's why you need to watch Loki, because I mean, I got to finish Loki. I'm way behind on. It's not a long show, but I'm behind finishing it out. But like that show stands apart from the rest of what Marvel's done since Endgame. But besides Endgame and or since Endgame, aside from Spider-Man 3. Yeah, it's pretty creative. And again, this is like even with the silly history of comics from like we're talking about like from Marvel starting in like the 60s with like what we think of as like Marvel starting, even though they're back in like the 40s and Namor and shit. The beginning era of like what we know is Marvel, Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, etc. Hulk. Even though they're like kind of run of the mill, villain of the week, the core that you get executed on like films, going deep in the character, that's actually always been there from the start. And I don't know. I just I feel pretty hopeful. I mean, yeah, I in the back of my head I'm aware of like fuck, this could turn into like Thor 4, where they got a goodwill built from Ragnarok to go forward, be inventive, be fresh, and then it's like, let's just do that again, but lady
I could see
Thor.
them
And
taking a
so
lot of our funny jokes of like, what if Danny DeVito was this? What if there was Floyd Pool? But they'd only do these for like a second or two, and think that that's what you need, and that's funny, and that's good enough. That's it. That's all you need. And it's like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like they don't typically take the best of what they make. They take usually the worst elements of what they make and go forward, or they try to repeat the same thing and fail, like the Avengers, for example.
Wait, what fails the Avengers?
I don't think they've been able to repeat how well they did the Avengers with any other film.
Yeah. Let me see.
They accomplished different things than some of the other ones, but like their next Avengers movie, like what the fuck's that going to be?
Oh, I plan to do like a quick video because I was looking. We were watching Deadpool, so I was on Disney Plus, and when I clicked on the Marvel tab, they have like the banner of Marvel, and it's like 5 out of 9 of the people are women, and it's like I was going to do videos like kind of more in your cynical Squidward take of like there's nothing really hope for, like Deadpool Wolverine is going to be a fucking huge hit, so people are going to be feeling high in general for Marvel, but look at like the slate we got. I don't know, rewatching the Captain America whatever Black America trailer, I'm like I'm kind of hopeful for it, honestly, especially with Harrison Ford because he's such a great actor. And he doesn't get involved. Like he does a role, but he doesn't give a fuck about lore at all. Or like, oh yeah, you're playing. What do you think about playing Red Hulk? What do you know about his history? What's your favorite? Like, he's not gonna read any fucking comic about Red Hulk.
Yeah,
he's just gonna play the role and be a good actor, and then he's gonna get his check and fucking leave. But I don't know. I actually think they're trying something good with the new Captain America, despite the controversy, Black Cat America or whatever. Like, I don't know. I'm going to give that a chance. I'm going to give that a chance positively going in, optimism. But yeah, overall, it's like I don't know what the future is because it's like, all right, you got Black America, you got Captain Marvel, which is just shitty woman Superman with like no heart. You got knockoff Black Widow with her sister. You got, and I would say that's probably the best actress or actor in that like set of 9 people right now in their banner. I think they got Loki in the banner, if I'm not mistaken. He's like God Loki now or whatever, but he's like the storyteller or something. I don't know the stakes exactly with his role. It seems like he's stuck where he's at, like the tree of life or whatever. Yggdrasil, however you say that name. You got Shuri as Black Panther. Who the fuck wants that? Yeah, it was just like, oh, Shang-Chi. Who the fuck talks about Shang-Chi? Oh, look, we got Chingy Chang Man. It has like rings and a dragon or something, but like whatever. Just like you look at the lineup, is like, is this more or less what the Avengers is going to be now? Who the fuck cares? Like, oh, She-Hulk.
They want to have like a young Avengers too, and it's like, who cares? Like, who cares?
I actually like the chemistry in that end credit between Haley Steinfeld and the Muslim chick Kamala Khan. even though Kamala Khan's kind of annoying, like, oh, I'm kind of just a dumb kid, and whatever. Like, I don't know. I saw something there. I'm like, if they direct that well, if they get a good director, I think they could actually tell a story that I'd appreciate or like be entertained by, despite not wanting to see that character because it's just a DEI character from the start. Yeah, I don't know. It's conflicting for sure, but yeah, I look at the line. It's just like, regardless of how good it is, like, what's the pitch? Because She-Hulk's in the mix. You mean, so you got a Lady Hulk, which is
that everybody hates because she's an awful bitch.
well, no, yeah, but you just think about the power tempo. You think of like the character tempo. It's like, all right, so you got Lady Hulk. So if you're going off of Hulk, you're just going to assume she has the same power set. You just keep making her more and more angry. She's more and more powerful, insurmountably. Kind of a Superman effect there of like a god. But she's so powerful, and yet she wants to fucking berate you about microaggressions, and catcalling is basically rape. So it's like, this is a franchise for men at the end of the day. Like, I don't want to be fucking lectured by a cunt about microaggressions or whatever. Like, no one catcalls. Like, look at the fertility rates. Like, no one's dating. There's no catcalling.
Well, it was dumb with her character because they tried to depict her as like a frumpy, like something, but then they also tried to have her be like the attention that like the girl that guys always hit on. It's like, make up your mind.
Oh yeah. She's like a frumpy...
she is single. She's a single lady who can't get dates, that drinks wine by herself,
but also gets
home,
dicked down
but
by
then also gets
Daredevil.
hit on all the time, and it goes out all these guys. Like, they couldn't decide on what to do with her at all either. But no, I don't know. Like, I have full doubt.
It's like She-Hulk. Just my guess. Never read She-Hulk, but she was like the cheesecake and a trademark protection character at the end of the day. But yeah, a big thing about her is cheesecake through her whole history. Like, what guy watches the show in depth and thinks, I want to get that chick in bed? Like, that should be part of the appeal. Like, Black Widow is a pretty good character. Scarlett Johansson made her a fully fleshed out character with the time she got on screen. But at the end of the day, the initial appeal is sex. People don't want to see like, I'm trying to think of just like a sad sack like woman character. Oh, okay. I'm watching The Handmaid's Tale. I'm loving the show. I'm halfway through it. Aunt Lydia, you know how there's like the power scaling. There's like the handmaids there, and then there's the Marthas that aren't breedable.
Yeah, you're kind of thinking of like Miss Trunchbull from Matilda or something.
Sure, yeah. So the
lady.
ants, the ants, they're in this weird Gestapo angle. Even though they're women, they kind of have a lot of power, and like that, she's a very interesting character. Like, if you just did a whole episode or arc about Aunt Lydia or the ants, I'd be like so invested because they got a good story. They're not sold as sex appeal. They're just characters. But like, these comic characters you're adapting, unless it's like Amanda Waller in Suicide Squad, it has to be sex appeal to some degree. It's just, sorry you hate it, women, or whatever. You get these woke writers, these feminist males that want to like change the game or something. No one cares. Like, comics are visual medium. You got to have that angle first if you're gonna have these like lead characters. It's annoying. Yeah. With the whole I'm so alone, blah. But then, look, I'm Scorpio and he's doing the walk of shame from my house. And but then also, I'm afraid every man's gonna rape me and kill me. Like, huh?
I'm also very qualified for the job, even though I only got it because I am She-Hulk, and I don't want to. Fuck off.
I mean, I want more out of stuff. I want depth and everything. But at the end of the day, like, the real appeal is like you got the basic Transformers element of like, I want to see these cool characters punch each other off and on for 2 hours, and I want it to be cool looking and explosions, and then also like write a story around that.
Well, again, that's where I think Avengers did it well. I think the only thing that could have maybe been better was the Chitauri, instead of being like drones that are just kind of collapse when they're defeated. yeah, like that could have been improved, but otherwise the characters' interactions and progression, when they get introduced, how they're utilized, was done really well, and I feel like they struggle to like really continue that. I think Civil War did a good job, at least with the three of them. As far as the whole group, I had to rewatch it to see how they all are, but yeah,
Wait,
I don't know.
before we forget, because I'm starting to actually catalog this ranking. What do you give Shawshank?
Ooh, Shawshank. That was really good. I'll say 9 out of 10 because I don't know what I'd give a 10 out of 10. So I'll give it a 9.
Interesting. That one's actually, I think I'm gonna give it an 8 as well. I don't know what I would do better with it. It's just like, no, it's really good. It's just like, I don't know, it's missing something.
I need more discussion to determine what my final rating would be, but I'll give it like a 9.
This for me, this is a rating. It's like there's really no logic. It's just like off, gut feeling. It's 8 out of 10. I think that's a good
Maybe
score.
rewatchability. Like if you don't want to rewatch it that often, then maybe it is lower
Oh,
than.
no, that's not even a factor in my rating necessarily, because I rewatched the fuck out of Dark Knight and Star Wars, but my favorite film is Arrival, and I've watched it like 3 times, and it's been out for like 10 years. So yeah, it's not a rewatchability. I'd watch Wizard of Oz and School of Rock way more than I'd ever watch Arrival, because Arrival is like I need a very specific kind of tone feeling to like watch it, but I love it.
I got you.
All right, but yeah, thank you all for hanging out. Very busy day for streaming and going to see movies, etc. Hope y'all enjoyed Deadpool. Definitely comment y'all's thoughts, criticisms of our criticisms, etc. Hit us up on Twitter, and talk to y'all later. Might be back to basically trash cast tomorrow night. I'm not sure yet, but I definitely want to detract, but my fucking Twitter wouldn't load, so I couldn't today. But it's a good conversation with Ricky. I don't think we've had this kind of conversation about like a fresh movie from the get-go in a while. So
We did Kingdom, but we kind of blazed through
fuck.
it. We blazed through it
Jesus
because
Christ. I forgot that existed.
we blazed through it because we wanted to talk about other stuff. So
yeah, wait, okay, what's your rating for that?
I have to that could be put an asterisk next to it or some shit like to change could be changed later, but I'd say just right away probably I need to discuss it more. I'd put it at least a 5 out of 10, but I'd have to discuss it again or rewatch it to know if it'd be up to like a 6 or a 4 to move up or down.
Wow.
So I don't think it was that impressive, but it wasn't horrible. But the more we talked about it, I remember liking it less.
Yeah, I give it a 3. It was
so I just don't remember off the top of my head where I really landed on it. I guess you could have me just say it as a 4 because I remember when we talked, I lowered my score. So I'll have it at a 4. I'll say a 4 for me on that one.
Okay, so that one has a 3.5 collectively between us.
Okay. That sucks because we love the 8 movies.
Yeah, that's why I'm giving it that, because it's
we deserve better from that series, and they had easy layups they could have done in that one, and they don't have the same excuses as Marvel with any of this or Star Wars. So yeah, disappointing.
Movie rankings. All right, so we got 3 films down.
Basketball, and
I have not seen that in years, so I have no idea if I like it or hate it.
If you want to watch it, I can still watch it with you.
Oh, how convenient for you.
Yes.
Talk to y'all later. Fuck off.
And we didn't rate